Now it's time for A Different View with Jennifer, Iva, and Sarah.
Welcome to A Different View. Today, January 23rd, we've got a show lined up with Moms for Marijuana. We've got Angela Hammit here, and we've got Cheyanne Weldon from the NORML Women's Alliance as our NORML Women's Alliance guest this second segment, I guess. And hi, Iva, and hi, Sarah.
I'm glad you could join us. Angela, I'm so happy that you're here. We have a lot to talk about with you. Occupy Portland, you're really involved in that, as was Jennifer, too. And you, too, Sarah.
Kind of.
Well, I know Angela's been on the front lines for
Angela
sure.
for sure.
And I'm excited to pick your brain about that because I'm having the Occupy Health Fair at Alternative Medical Choice this weekend. I'm really excited about that. And then Cheyanne, our NORML Women's Alliance guest.
Yes.
Really excited to talk to her and find out what's
She's
going
so
on.
spunky. I love her.
I love the Southern people. They got it going on.
I'm looking forward to having her on, though. And I guess we should probably just take a quick break and come back and
you know
talk.
what I wanted? We have a great subject coming up. What about the children?
Yes.
Before we go, I really want people to tune in for that, and then call us if you have input or anything you want to talk about, because that's going to be a really good segment.
I think so, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about it too, since we have a little extra time.
That's
so
right.
we can definitely get into that really quick to kind of summarize for the people listening at the beginning. That we're going to talk about basically prohibitionists having the conversation on legalizing marijuana, which is a huge step. It's phenomenal.
I think it's a step in the right direction, just to open up the dialogue.
Yes,
for
sure.
That's key right there. Mm-hmm. That's opening the door just to crack. All right, you're listening to A Different View. We'll be right back.
I wanna cook for you, Baba. Yeah, check it out. We offer you a doo-doo stimulus package, and money's like manure. It's no good unless you spread it around. Yeah, so we'll be spreading it, baby. Let me tell you what's on the menu. Just for you, we got 31 flavors, and one for your neighbor. Some red hot love, and some belly rubbing, baby. I like mine well done. Put it back in the oven for fun. Some hot love seeping. Got my jingle bells ringing, baby. What I want you to do, get ready for the funky doo-doo. What I need you to do is get ready for some funky doo-doo.
Now I hope you came to party, so come on, y'all, let's get on down. There's always a party when the DDF comes to town. It doesn't matter how your day goes, cause now you're letting in the gookiness. Put your one up just to handle it, then bring it to the nose and then you flick it around the world.
We're back with A Different View with Jennifer, Iva, and Sarah.
Everybody, thanks for joining us on Monday night. We're excited about tonight's show. We've got a lot of hot topics to cover. We've got Angela Hammit, in the NORML studio, and I wanted to pick your brain about the Occupy. I just got to fix her headset there. Is that better?
That's it.
Are you in stereo now?
Thank you.
Nobody wants me in stereo. But anyway, you've been on the front lines of Portland Occupy. Tell me a little bit about what's going on. I know there hasn't been as many protests with the weather and stuff, but there's still a lot going on.
Yeah, there is a lot going on and a lot coming up. No, it's been amazing on the front lines. I forgot your question. I'm so nervous.
That's okay. Well, now you're still. What are you doing right now? What part of Occupy are you involved in right now?
I've been with the facilitation team for the last month and a half, I guess.
And what does that mean for people?
We facilitate the meetings, creating the space and the environment necessary to discuss the topics to make things happen.
Cool. Now, Occupy Portland How has an office. I saw that.
Yep, at St. Francis, 1131
Southeast.
11th.
11th,
yeah.
or no.
between 11th and 12th.
What's that cross street? Oak. There you go.
There we go. That's it.
That's good. Now, if people want to go and find out what's going on with Occupy in their area or even here in Portland, where do they go?
They would go to occupyportland.org. And there's also a new Occupy ga.org.
No, there's a few different websites going out that they're trying to integrate. We were talking about there's a voting tool that.
Okay.
That's not what I'm talking about.
The discussion one.
No, we have a General Assembly.
It's like a bulletin board. Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's a website.
Okay. Well.
We'll have to find the website.
We'll figure it out during the break. We'll figure it out during the break. Anyway, so I have an event coming up at the clinic, and I'm really excited about it because we've invited other clinics and other people who work in healthcare. We've got a veterans group that's coming. We've got Mercy and Wisdom, the patient physicians co-op's coming. I'm really excited about it because it just kind of opens up the dialogue between what's wrong with the healthcare system.
Indeed.
And there's no one right way. There's a lot of different options out there, and there's going to be guests and speakers to talk about, everybody's going to have an input in it. And I think that's what I like about the Occupy movement. It doesn't matter whether you agree with that person next to you, you recognize there's an issue, and that maybe we can all come to some sort of consensus on a solution.
Yep.
But we need to have all those. I think it's great to have, to entertain all that. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, and I hope that you'll be able to make it down there and see what we're doing. But
absolutely, you can create an event on our webpage. You don't have to be endorsed by Occupy Portland.
I think Megan did. She's one of the organizers. That girl's on the ball.
I looked for it today and I couldn't find it, so I'm not sure.
I'll have to take
another
a look.
thing to look for on the break.
Yeah, another thing to look up on the break.
There we go.
I wanted to say, so you're a mom
Yes.
of 3 teenagers, or are they? 2 of them are adults.
2 adults, 2 teenagers.
They're 4.
4 yeah.
And you're involved with Moms for Marijuana.
Yes.
The idea of moms and marijuana reform fascinates me because I'm a mom too, 4 boys.
Yes.
And how did you become involved with that? What was your interest or motivation in Moms for Marijuana?
My 4 children, my 2 older, there was a 5-year space between the 2. I raised them very differently. The first 2 being drugs are bad, marijuana's a drug, and it was just from experience, it was the wrong thing to do because they found out that marijuana, that all kids do it because it's so readily available.
Right.
That how could it be bad if everybody's doing it and nobody's dead, nobody's
They find out we lied.
Yeah, and they did find out they lied. They found an older boy said, "Where's your parents' marijuana?" And they said, "Oh, our parents went to drugs." And he said, all parents do drugs. All parents smoke marijuana. That's what he said. You just have to find it. So they did. So my children were 7 and 9 the first time they tried marijuana.
Wow.
Yeah, much to my dismay. I would have liked to do things differently, so I did. I had the younger children. From that day forward, I was open about it. I talked to the 2 older kids about it. They never did until they were teenagers.
Yeah, I think honesty is the best policy. But so how would you answer the prohibitionist who would say, well, if you didn't have marijuana, then they wouldn't have found it? How do you address that?
I would say that I have 2 daughters that have never smoked marijuana. They don't have any intention of smoking marijuana.
The younger 2?
The younger 2. However, if one of them, like my 22, almost 23-year-old now, she definitely, it's a medicine for her. Mm-hmm. Without it, she struggles in life. Mm-hmm. And this plant has just been she's alive today, I believe, because of this plant, because of she can use it for a medicine. And if one of my other 2 children, I decided, this would be appropriate for them, I would definitely give it to them too.
Yeah.
But it's not something that either one of them,
So you feel by being honest,
it's
and by
an everyday
being,
part of their life, like anything,
Right.
what kind of toothpaste I want to use, or what, it's a choice,
Right.
and they don't see the necessity for it.
right?
They're children. They're going to grow up. They don't drink either. They don't do prescription drugs, but I don't do prescription drugs either.
Right.
So they've never been exposed to it really. So, but
Well, I think some people think, oh, just by being around somebody who uses that, it's going to influence them, but that's not always the case. I
No.
think sometimes like it's in my family, I come from a family of a lot of drinkers, and I don't drink. I mean, I rarely ever drink at all, and it's not that I think when somebody gets too drunk, I'm a little appalled, but but for the most part, it's just not something I care. I don't enjoy it. I don't. It's not. It doesn't do anything for me, and I think sometimes that's what people assume. Just because there's marijuana, oh, they're going to do it, or no. I think either it'll do something for you that'll appeal to you, or it won't.
It's the same way, with parents who abstain from using all drugs. My parents didn't smoke. They barely drank. They didn't use any drugs.
Yeah,
and
mine too.
All 3 of their children turned out to be smokers.
that's
and drinkers.
make that. We have 5. I have 4 siblings. So out of the 5 of us, 4 of us smoke marijuana, and my parents didn't.
I grew up in a very heavy drinking family too. Every event included alcohol. It was just taken for granted. Our birthdays probably had beer packed in the fridge just because it was
It's a beer cake.
No, not a beer cake. No, but just it being such a regular everyday thing. It was no big deal to me, really. I mean, the first time that I drank alcohol, I think I was like 16. I drank once, and then I didn't drink again for years. And I'm still to this day not a big drinker.
Right.
And I think by it being so normal in every place, that influences you. On the other hand, seeing the family members that alcohol didn't agree with so well was a lot more
Dramatic.
It was a lot more convincing of why it might not be a good idea. Whereas you just being told how bad it is and it not being around except for people hiding it, you don't see that influence. So it kind of affects you.
You don't learn how you don't observe how other people manage it.
Right.
Or fail to. Or fail to. No, exactly. Well, and I think that's it too. I came from a family. No, but they didn't drink. They didn't cuss. They went to church twice a week. They didn't. A very straight-laced family. And now everybody in my family, except for me, really, I think I'm the only one that doesn't drink. But every one of them. Russ will tell you our camping trips are all about who can get drunk first. Seriously. And then there's a handful that do smoke cannabis, and
ours are all cannabis. Oh, and alcohol.
I've been surprised,
mostly cannabis.
when you find out how many people, like when you come out about being a cannabis user and you find out how many people that you've known for a long time that never shared that information with you. It's surprising to learn, when you're finally open about your cannabis use, who else around you has been hiding theirs.
And they're like, I'm so glad to tell you.
Right.
I guess I'm getting better at it. I think, Russ is kind of, because he's so out, it's a little hard not to be
just
there
be
too.
out.
Yeah, exactly. But it's getting easier for me just to open that conversation, and I do it like if anybody were to smoke a cigarette or have a glass of wine, I always say, do you mind if I smoke a joint? No, seriously. And if somebody, if a Jehovah's Witness comes to my door or a Mormon comes to my door and Russ invites them in, then I will say, do you mind if I have a joint? Or do you mind if I smoke cannabis? And usually they're like, oh, well, what? But, it's, why not? Why not open that conversation? It's just as normal as saying, do you mind if I have a cigarette? Do you mind if I have a beer or something? Why not?
Right. And that's just it, is that.
It's normalize it.
And once they've seen it.
Yeah.
Like there's people that I was watching actually Russ's interview with Dr. Grinspoon the other day, and he made some good points about it. Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it.
Right.
You can't. So what we need is more people to see it.
Well, and I think the plant is what really changed me. When I actually saw the plant, I kind of went, wow. Okay, that's it.
I come from.
It doesn't have fangs.
I was gonna say I
doesn't
come
have
from
thorns.
Indiana, where you got the shake weed. I was like, wow, it looks like that.
I know. It's like, whoa, that's what. Now, wait a minute. Now I've spent a lot of money on some crap. And that's kind of when you start going. That sucks. But yeah, I think I think making it a taboo makes it hard for people to talk about it. It makes it hard for us to make it rational.
And it makes our children want to know
More about it. Yeah.
Well, my home is very open. It always smells like pot if I have pot. But my kids also know that if they're bringing a friend home, they've got to be open to it, or you know. And out of all my kids' friends here, three kids, only one parent does not allow their child to come to my house because, but they are such heavy drinkers.
Oh yeah.
There's always drama. There's
ironic?
always fighing. They're always, it's
Well,
tragic.
it might be more than just the marijuana and why they're trying to keep their children separate. I mean, it could be more than that, but yeah, I
no, she specifically told me why. Marijuana. Yeah.
No, she said it was.
Yeah. we still talk. I still go to her house. I mean, it's not like I just don't talk to this person. It's my child's friend,
Yeah.
There has to be.
Well, there's the magic music. It's Russ's cue to let
And
us know.
that raises an interesting segue into talking with Cheyanne, who's from Texas, where prohibition is still strong.
Oh, yeah.
To discuss, these same issues, I think, a little bit with her, because she's involved in a lot of the same sort of angle.
Oh, I know. I love to talk to other people from different states where the laws are so restrictive. And I try not to go, oh my God, I complain, because I think, oh gosh, you could go to jail for life. Okay, never mind.
Right.
Yeah. We'll be right back. You're listening to A Different View.
And you already high as you can be. You smoking so much reefer.
Alternative Medical Choices offers healthcare the way it should be. Easy to access, patient-centered, team-based, and quality-focused. We offer a variety of natural, affordable healthcare treatment options like primary care, group acupuncture, massage, and assistance with OMP registration. As a patient, you will have a team of experts working with you to make you the best you can be. Call Alternative Medical Choices at 503-288-5579 or check us out on the web at altmedchoices.com.
And all we can do is remember to breathe. All we can do, breathe. Mass production inhibits thought. Obscure the stars. Obscure the stars. City skies obscure the stars. Crumbling foundations. And all we can do is breathe. Remember
And we're back with A Different View with Iva, Jennifer, and Sarah.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We got Cheyanne Weldon on the line. She's from the NORML Women's Alliance. I want to apologize really quick because we've been kind of bad about explaining this segment, so we need to get some formal things in here later. But this is a segment that we're doing in conjunction with the NORML Women's Alliance, and we have some beautiful women, one in New York and one in California.
Go ahead.
And one in California working with us to help provide these guests. So we need to get this ironed out where we're giving them credit because they're doing such an excellent job.
They're taking a huge burden off of us.
Yeah, and it's wonderful because the people that we've had for this segment have been great. So basically what we're doing is every second segment of our show, we're having a guest that's thankfully from the NORML Women's Alliance. Mm-hmm. They've given us, again, Cheyanne Weldon tonight. I think we dropped her, so are you...
Thank you.
We're just getting a voicemail, I believe, from Cheyanne here.
Oh, no.
So
Yeah.
we'll have to try to get her on, but we had her for a minute there. Cheyanne is this wonderful woman in Texas, and I got to meet her at the NORML conference here in 2010. She was in town with Cliff Duvall and a few other people there, and they were just amazing because Texas has some strict laws. It's still... You know, I don't know the specifics, and I'm hoping Cheyanne can give us those, but it's still very, very strict. And for them to be so energetic and out and fighting for this, I just had the most inspiration from her, and so I'm so happy.
I always wonder what it would have been like right before Oregon passed their medical marijuana laws, and how excited everybody was. And I mean, what a huge accomplishment. And you know, that's the.
Do we have Cheyanne here now?
There we go. I think I heard her.
Yes,
Cheyanne?
I'm here.
Hey,
Cheyanne.
You're on A Different View with
sorry,
us.
I don't know what happened before. My phone didn't ring.
Oh, no. Well, we got you. We're on live right now. Yeah. So
Great talking to you guys.
I was just introducing you. You're the Secretary of Texas NORML and an officer with the NORML Women's Alliance and the outreach coordinator and the Southwest Regional Rep. And I was just telling everybody how inspirational you are to me to see you so out in Texas and how energized you are.
It's got to be tough.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I mean, it is kind of tough, but we're in Austin, so that's kind of a whole different animal than the rest of Texas. We just have to really remind ourselves as soon as we leave Austin.
Yeah, we have the same dynamic here with Portland as opposed to the rest of Oregon, from what I understand. It's very liberal here and a lot more Republican and conservative throughout the rest of the state, so we can relate. What are the current laws in Texas right now? What are you guys up against? What's the situation?
Well, the problem is a couple of problems. One, in Texas don't have ballot initiatives, so we can't try to petition for anything. Also, we can't change drug laws on a local level, on a municipality level. So we've had that right taken away. So it has to be the whole state or nothing. So the only thing that they've given us is an officer discretion that's a catch and release law. So at the officer's discretion, if you live in the county where you get stopped, they can decide just to give you a ticket.
But only if you're in that county? So, like, if you're in the next county, they don't have that option?
Right, because they don't really trust you to show up to court, probably, if you're not from your county. Because we've had that situation happen where two people get caught. One's from that county, the other one isn't. One gets a ticket, the other one gets taken to jail.
So it depends on
the thing with the ticket is the ticket doesn't actually give you anything except for not going to jail. So you still face all the same penalties, everything is the same.
So it depends on the county you live in?
If you get pulled over,
They look at your license. If you were stopped in Austin and you're from Travis County and your license says so, then they can, at their discretion, decide just to give you a ticket. And that's the best thing that we have. And most counties don't do it.
So you are only able to change the laws if you approach your legislature and you get them to propose a bill.
Exactly.
That's the only option.
Exactly. And considering that we have about 11% of people registered to vote and about 8% of people actually voting, you see why we have a very conservative state.
Wow, you have an uphill battle. Unbelievable.
So do you have current legislators that are working with you to change these laws?
We have a couple that for the past several sessions have put up the same bills, but they just don't seem to be pushing them forward. We've got one that's just an affirmative defense bill, And then we've got another one that's a decrim bill, just to drop, I think, a 1 ounce possession to a Class C instead of a Class B. So misdemeanor. But neither one of them seem to really push them very, very much. Last session, the decrim bill got a public hearing. The affirmative defense bill got nothing. I understand that it's gotten a hearing before, but it never goes forward very well. But that's what Texas NORML is really focusing on right now. We're putting together these packages for the representatives and for our members on a kind of a different level, where we're providing them kind of a fact sheet to each one of the representatives, and we're going to let them know on the letter that all the other representatives got this too, and show them the copy list so that they can kind of know that everybody's looking at this, and maybe start a conversation and get some more co-sponsors on these two bills.
That always seems to be the key, is just where do you go to get your foot in the door so they'll at least talk back at you.
Right. And that's the other thing we're doing. In fact, tomorrow our membership director is going with a girl from Texans for Accountable Government to an interim committee meeting. It's for the Public Health Committee, and that's where the affirmative defense bill will be. So it's not anything to do with medical marijuana or that bill, but just it's the right committee to try to talk to and just get your foot in the door.
So what is the situation in Texas for people who use marijuana medicinally? Do you guys have a lot of people that are out about their medical use of marijuana and fighting from that angle openly, or is it more underground?
We're seeing more of it. We now have a patient's liaison on our board, Vincent Lopez. He's a muscular dystrophy patient, and he's reaching out to a lot more patients and getting testimonials from them. He has a little magazine that he puts out, the Austin 420, so he's running testimonials in that. And sometimes we meet patients that we get to help a little bit, whether it's try and find them a compassionate doctor, because we get people contacting us all the time. My doctor cut me off because I tested positive. My Medicaid is threatening to cut me off because I tested positive.
Yeah, that's horrible.
It is. I mean, the patients are really scared to come out because they're already suffering, even if they don't come out intentionally.
Well, and then they get
but
labeled.
We are seeing some, and especially like I said in Austin, it's a little better here.
Well, patients get labeled too. That's the other problem with that, is that they get labeled as drug seekers, abusers, addicts. They get a lot of labels, or they just get dropped. That's the other thing. They just get dropped from patient rolls. Yeah.
Exactly.
Get fired as a patient.
So yeah, it's really horrible. We've got a couple people that are suffering through that right now.
I see that you're with the NORML Women's Alliance, like we said earlier. What do you do with the NORML Women's Alliance as the outreach coordinator? What is that position consist
Sabrina
of?
or some of the other people will get contacted by someone anywhere, really. I mean, we're trying to establish regional representatives and community leaders so that I won't need to be the person, the direct point of contact for everywhere, but until then I'm kind of to fill in the blanks, So one of them will forward a person to me. This person's trying to get involved, and I'll, get with them and either provide them some information or direct them to their NORML chapter or other people in their area. So it's kind of the same thing as a regional representative, but just filling in the blanks where we don't have that person already.
Are you finding a lot of growth in the Women's Alliance? Are a lot of people signing up recently? I know it's a fairly new group still.
I think it's amazing. And it's also activating people that had kind of been interested. Like, we've had members that joined on paper, but we'd never seen them. And they come out because of that. We had one meeting here. I had one meetup. I had about 25 people, I think. But we had one woman join as a lifetime member after that meeting.
Nice. Doesn't that feel good? That's got to feel good.
It did. I mean, I was like, see, this does make a difference. And then to hear that, like, one of my little sisters and a couple of other girls had been members of Texas NORML for a long time, like 2 years, but they hadn't been coming to meetings, they hadn't been coming to events, and now they are.
And so, the Sisters program, that's where the Big Sisters and the Little Sisters,
Exactly, with SSCP.
Yeah.
The mentoring program.
I love that.
So, yeah, it's really great to see, but it just makes sense. Anywhere that you're lacking in whatever demographic, you take whoever is in your group that matches that demographic and you send them out there to get more of them. It just makes sense.
We have an activist here. Sarah Duff from Oregon Green Free, and Sarah, she's really an interesting person. But what I like about Sarah is she'll go door to door. She'll just canvass the neighborhood, chatting with the neighbors.
That's awesome.
Picking an area, a couple of friends, and I think that's it's a great way to do more outreach on a very grassroots level, but also at a very personal level. Mm-hmm. I love it when a candidate comes to my door, and I think they're not going to come to us. Maybe we can come to where they're comfortable. And I think that's brilliant. But to go to everybody's, go to your neighbors and just say, hey, I just want to talk to you about this. If you have questions, come talk to me. I'm happy to answer. I think that's just getting that personal touch.
It's really gotten to be an easy thing to bring up because it's everywhere. I mean, popular culture has far surpassed our laws. I mean, you think anything that's this prevalent in movies, TV, magazines,
yeah, everything.
Business, commerce, and you would think it should be legal. That must be legal for it to be thriving and so commonplace.
I think everybody understands the joke. I think that's why Hollywood so embraced it. Because, it used to be that marijuana movies were about, like, Cheech and Chong, or they were very themed movies. Now, marijuana has moved into, it's just like part of the furniture. It's, it's the background of the movie. It's not
watch
the theme.
TV without hearing it.
I know. Yeah. Russ and I just started watching Sons of Anarchy. It's becoming a guilty pleasure. But what's interesting about it is that everybody smokes marijuana. Everyone, the sheriff, everybody, the doctors, and they smoke it everywhere outside the hospitals. And they have this wink, wink, nod. Oh, it's for my cancer. Oh, it's for my heart condition. Oh, it's for my, and that's kind of how they justify. That's their joke, but that's just it. That's the joke. It's so mainstream, and so what if you're using it for your headache, or if you're just using it because you want to chill out for a minute? I think I love that Hollywood has now made it just the scenery and not about it.
Yeah. And even when you do see it on television in the sense of on one of the crime shows, it's usually in the statement like, oh, yeah, they did drugs, but only marijuana.
Yeah. Oh, just it's a little pot.
Even by the law enforcement on television, it's always like downplayed, like, oh, no, it was nothing. It was just some pot.
Cheyanne, we're going to have to wrap up and cut to break, but really quick, the website for Texas NORML is just texasnormal.org, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there any contact information for the NORML Women's Alliance that's local there for our listeners?
We do have a Texas NORML Women's Alliance Facebook page.
Okay, great.
So they can look for that.
Wonderful. Right. Well, thank you so much for being here. We loved having you, and you're welcome back anytime.
Much. And keep up the good fight.
Thank you for having me.
Definitely. Thank you.
Good night, you guys.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
You're listening to A Different View, and we'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. You don't give a damn, gonna go ham. My turn. You don't give a damn, gonna go ham. SOS. Rapping more different than everything you listening to. Coming with the new, like I'm crispy and clean. Make them lean on me, cause I'm the magnificent with the sensational style. And I got lyrics by the pow, so it ain't nothing when I wanna get down. Been battling before 8 now, so allow me to show you rappers how to black out. Yeah, please turn the bass up. West on the beat, help me make the place jump. See me in the clouds like I'm making the bass jump, or see me in the stars like I'm rocking the space tux. What kind of song is that? The type that'll make you ask for autographs. When it's shit like I'm Biff with the almanac. SOS money, haiku, holla, bro. Lights out, come on, lights out. I'm about to black out right now. Lights out, come on, lights out. I'm about to black out right now. You don't give a damn, gonna go ham. You don't give a damn, gonna go ham. You don't give a damn, gonna go ham. Young mommy in this mouth. Walk in the club, all hugs and daps. Plenty whispering about booms and baps. A couple chicks start blushing, some hate it, some love it, but everybody know that them dudes is back. Yeah, haiku is back. What kind of news is that? Good or bad, depends on who you ask. See them dudes in the corner with them sour ass faces, that must be where they keep all the losers at. Yeah, get with a winner. Dudes all food, y'all goons just dinner. Goo in the Dutch, smell like pink dinner. So loud, neighbors get mad when we hit it. Get it? No, you don't. Admit it. Still smoke magic, y'all so not winning. Please quit pretending. Turn the lights out, black out the ending.
We are back with A Different View with Iva, Jennifer, and Sarah.
Welcome back, everybody. I wanted to talk a little bit about this website that I found this last week that I was just fascinated about. It's But What About the Children campaign. And the reason why this fascinated me so much is because of the perspective taken. I expected it to be completely full of reefer madness, which it is, don't get me wrong. But I also expected it to be completely against legalization of marijuana. And instead, it's a different perspective, one that we don't see very often. It states, demand that the policymakers who legalize marijuana guarantee the drug will not be marketed to children like alcohol and tobacco are. And that caught my eye, and I wanted to learn more because this is a rational approach, and we don't see rational approaches very often in this conversation. And so they have these 12 provisions of what marijuana legalization should include in order for them to not necessarily accept, but be comfortable with the situation. And some of them are really good ideas. Some of them are really, really common ideas, like a per se driving limit. That's obviously not going to work.
But I like what you just said. I think this is the first introduction from something from opponents to let us know, to clue us in on what they're comfortable with, and it's a place to start from. It's they're not going. I think they acknowledge they're not going to get everything on that wish list,
right? But it's brought the bar back. Now we're in a negotiating realm. We're not opposing. We're negotiating,
and it gives us an opportunity to directly address some of those fears that they are using to to bring about those policies. I'm sorry, Sarah. What were you going to say? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just bulldoze over you.
Well, I was going to point out what a couple of these are because I think it'd be interesting to talk a little bit about some of these. We were talking before the show a little bit, and definitely we have some different perspectives. So one of the things is an advertising ban on legal marijuana. And I think most people kind of, on both sides of the fence here, have agreements with that. On the one side, people that are pro-cannabis are kind of afraid of the corporatization of and this whole marketing element. So there are people on that side that are opposed to advertising as well. We could definitely find some common ground there. Sure. And I think that that's good. On the other hand, as we were saying before the show, I'm a little concerned about the idea of product placement being banned and all of these other things that they've attempted to.
Right.
Because marketing has become so prevalent in our lives.
Right.
We don't want to be penalizing people for something that's part of why we want to legalize marijuana, is we want to remove these ridiculous.
Well, and then you kind of, and marketing anymore has, melded into the free speech zone.
Right.
And so, while I don't like the naughty nurses, that is part of the free speech, and I'm sorry, but
who gets to define how we market?
Define
exactly
that, right? And and I
But it raises a relevant point because we see, like with alcohol and with cigarettes, that the marketing is used in a very underhanded way, and many, and we don't want that. I think we can agree on that,
right?
Right, but if we're going to start regulating any kind of advertisement, shouldn't we be regulating, the Pepsi and Coca-Cola?
I saw a commercial. I forget which beer it was, but this about made me fall out of my chair. The beer commercial, it was all, hey, it's always a party in here kind of thing. And they're running through this hospital, handing out beers to people, even people laying on stretchers in hospital beds. They're like, here and here to the doctor.
Are we returning to the time when you have to have a prescription for alcohol?
Well, it was amazing that they were selling beer by showing people just giving it away at the hospital, both patients on drugs, where the alcohol doesn't mix, and doctors performing surgery. I was like, I don't want that marketing.
Coors Light moment. Get back to your coronary.
Right, and I don't like this marketing in any industry. It's not marijuana, you know what I mean? But that idea of marketing, I can understand, and that's a good compromise at the very least, if not a good idea.
Yeah.
But then the next point is a penalty fee, and this is this one's kind of interesting. The penalty fee is basically on the marijuana industry for every underage user, and the theory.
I want to know how they're going to track that first and foremost.
I think it's through the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. I think that's what they're implying in here, because it says that it'd be the monitoring the future survey, I believe, and the National Institute on Drug Abuse. But basically, if we can keep the child use, which they say is 12 to 20, assuming a 21-year-old legal age, if we can keep it below 5%, that there would be no fee.
But it's already over that.
Well, there would be no fee. by reducing, if legalization would really reduce youth using it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then they have a cap of 10% that when it goes over 10%, it'll be repealed automatically.
And
But
right
it's over
now, 12%.
I was like, yeah, it's over that.
So yeah, I had Russ look up the details for me because I couldn't find it. And basically, the National Survey of Drug Use and Health, it's 12.2%.
And what was the age range from
12 to 20.
12 to 20.
So we're saying if we can reduce it by 2.5% with legalization, then it won't be repealed. And unless we can get it below, less than almost a third of that.
And that's also kind of fantasy thinking too, because once the genie's out of the bag or out of the bottle, cliche challenge.
Cliche challenge.
If once the genie's out of the bottle, then what? You can't. That's kind of the problem that we're having now.
Well,
I thought I would interrupt for a second here. National Survey Drug Use of Health was 12.2% for that age cohort. Monitoring the future for the 12th grade, and then this is just 12th graders, is 12.6% monthly use.
Right. So this is what I was going to say is I agree with this theory of a penalty fee that is waived if we keep it below a certain percent. I think this is a good way to promote a healthy industry. I think that the numbers that they've chosen are way off.
Yeah.
I think that we should say basically that the penalty is waived if we're reducing use, and we should use the current use now.
I have the
if we're seeing
same
less
thing with
use.
the advertising. Does McDonald's and Burger King and all these people have a penalty if we have
reduced
obesity
for child obesity?
And,
right.
So
no, exactly.
What they're looking over all of these, they're just kind of throwing out there, and they're obviously fear-based, and there's a lot of miseducation involved in it. And I think it's a great idea. I love the idea of having provisions to protect our children.
Right.
And that's a huge part of what Moms is about and what we're trying to do. And our argument is what about the children? Because right now it's more accessible to our children.
Exactly.
We need regulation and et cetera, and all these, we have our own what about the children page. But I think maybe when you look, like you were saying, at the advisors of this, we have an advisor who works for the National Institute on Drug Abuse. And I like you were saying, it's a giant step forward for them to be coming out and saying protecting kids if marijuana is legalized. Not that it's not going to be legalized ever, but that
it's like
maybe it might be we need to start talking about
exactly.
what we do to protect our children.
To me, that sounds like they're starting to accept the idea, which is huge. You know, that in itself is huge. If they're willing to accept the idea that and willing to say, hey, you know what, this is our dream list, show me yours. That is so
let me
important
point
in
out a
this
couple of the points on here that stand out to me as some things that I think some activists have taken for granted for some time. A state agency to tax and regulate licensed growers, distributors, and retailers. Smoke-free laws apply, that wherever you can't smoke tobacco, you also can't smoke marijuana. And with the exception of there being a need for some patients to need to use their medicine, I mean, but it seems to me that our ADA laws would allow that if it was a legal thing anyway, so it wouldn't matter. I don't think we need special laws to cover patients at large when we already have laws that have covered them for these uses.
Well, and then the other,
if it's legal.
Right, and then the other thing, too, is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't on federal lands, like federal parks and stuff, you can't smoke cigarettes there?
I think so.
I don't know. I'm pretty bad about the
I
cigarette
can't imagine
laws.
somebody not smoking a cigarette. But like, where do they cut that line off? You know what I mean? Because anymore, tobacco smokers are what you can only smoke in your houses, in your closet,
in the closet.
Around.
And that's just it, though, is that we don't want
it's
laws that are running around. I don't know if I can smoke in a national forest, and if I'm standing at one, I don't have a law book in my pocket.
Right.
Well, no, I mean literally, as a smoker, like how am I supposed to know? Now, if it's posted, fair enough. But you can't have so many different laws that it's impossible to comply.
Right.
They have to be reasonable. They have to be understood. They have to be known. Otherwise it's just a useless law.
Right.
But then, to go back to the negatives on some of these, one of the other things here that they're proposing that I think this is really where the biggest conversation is going to have to be from both advocates for legalization and opponents to legalization is the no drug driving and no drugged employees or students. And they're premise is to use urine tests, which we already know
No.
are failed. You're
Right.
going to test positive, for 30 days, or in some cases, like 90 days. I think my
Right.
husband tested positive.
Depends upon your use and your
So-
body fat percentage. Yeah.
Right, and it varies. And I was talking to somebody, and I believe that, and I won't swear by this, but I believe that I was reading a study that basically, as you lose weight, it's possible that your percentage can
Yes.
go up because the fat is releasing it back into your system.
Yep.
So if you're a heavier person and you haven't smoked for a long time, and then suddenly you're losing weight, that
Well,
could
I think
trigger
the
a test.
conversation
There's
has
just
to-
no
right, and there's all kinds of things, and just the test itself there's a lot of false positives. I think the conversation needs to start with what is really impairment, and
And how do we effectively manage
right,
that?
Right, because being in your system is not an indication of impairment. In fact, it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
It really doesn't. It could mean high use. It could mean really great stuff. It could mean all kinds of things.
What it doesn't mean is impairment.
Right,
That we know for a
exactly.
fact.
And I would really love to see. I hate drug tests. I think they're the biggest bunch of waste of money. And if we started with impairment tests, because at my clinic, I have a zero tolerance for impairment, and what that means is I don't care what it is. If you can't function at the job that I need you to do, you shouldn't be there. You're not safe to me, and you're not safe to the patient.
And that's regardless of whether you're
What?
tired or
Exactly,
if you're high
cold
on something.
or exactly. I don't care. If you're impaired, you're impaired. And to me, that makes me safer, because now I know that, if you're going to be there, you understand that you need to be there, consciously and not, too tired or anything else.
Right.
You can do your job and not harm anybody.
And I think that I was looking at different impairment tests a while back, and there was this one that you could do on the computer, and I can't find it. I found it like 3 years ago. My husband showed it to me, and it was the neatest thing, because it was free. You went onto this website and you did a test, and it basically established a baseline. And then you would do it again, to establish whether or not you were impaired.
Right.
Now, this impairment could be because maybe you've worked too many hours, and
Hours.
it's just time that you go home. So you could take it at multiple times throughout your shift if your
Right.
shift was very safety intense. There's other things that are far more scientific than that that can be done for next to nothing, and not the billions of dollars that we're wasting on
I
these
think
drug
part
tests.
of the problem is that employers, it's cheaper. They think it's cheaper just to screen that person out. But once they've got somebody, like nurses, for example, it is not uncommon for nurses to work 24 hours. It's really not that uncommon. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't want somebody who hasn't had sleep for 24 hours, who's been on their feet, to stick a needle in me, or to give me drugs, or anything. Or
I've
to take
had that
orders.
nurse before,
I
let
have
me tell
too.
you, and she had trouble finding the vein.
I have too, and it's frightening when you're standing next to a nurse and they're looking at you and they're just talking gibberish because they're so tired and they can't think themselves.
Right.
How effective is that person?
and how good is the health care that you're getting as a result
Exactly.
of
If
that?
we're
That's
gonna-
defeating our system.
But they've got that person there and in that position, and they'll work them, and then
We need to be regulating those laws.
well,
Right.
yeah.
These are
Well, if we had an impairment perspective, then
Right.
we would be looking at it the right way.
But I think that's the great thing. Are we getting ready to take?
I
a
think
break?
we're going to take a break, yeah, and then we can
Let's
come
come
back and
back to
talk about
this.
this some more, because
Oh, yeah.
there's a lot here, I think.
All right,
We'll
we'll be right back.
They call it wacky dust. It's from a hot cornet. It gives your feet a feeling so breezy, and oh, it's so easy to get. They call it wacky dust. It brings a dancing jazz. And when it starts, then only a sap will refuse to Big Apple or share. Though I don't know just why it gets you so high, putting a buzz in your heart. You do a marathon, you wanna go on, kicking the ceiling apart. They call it wacky dust. It's something you can't trust. And in the end, the rhythm will stop. When it does, then you'll drop from happy wacky dust.
And we're back with A Different View with Jennifer, Iva, and Sarah.
Hey, everybody. We're going to continue the conversation, What About the Children campaign. Jennifer, what's the website for that you got that off of?
That's funny. I was just going to say the exact same thing. I think that we want to give their listeners the website. It's www.whataboutthechildren.org. And so that's a mouthful. Let me say it again. But whataboutthechildren.org. And it's a project of nationalfamilies.org. So you can just go nationalfamilies.org, and it's on there, the link. Okay. But again, this group, I was looking into the National Families to see who these people were, because I was like, wow, while I disagree with a lot of these points, I think it's, like we were saying, a huge step, that it's the right conversation to be having. Mm-hmm. So National Families, it says for 33 years, National Families in Action has opposed the legalization of marijuana. We still do. We do not want to see a third commercial industry marketed an addictive drug to children like the tobacco and alcohol industries do today. Unfortunately, California nearly legalized marijuana in November 2010. Several states are preparing to follow in 2012. A federal legalization bill has also been introduced. This campaign mobilizes citizens to demand that any policymaker who legalizes marijuana include in the law provisions that ensure the drug will not be marketed or sold to children. So basically, from that perspective, we're saying that these are the most obstinate opposition. I don't know, the strongest opposition, saying, well, this is our starting point.
Yeah.
And ours is obviously much more liberal. So what we're going to do is we're going to fall somewhere between there.
Sure.
So basically...
And that's called the first step.
Not only is that the first step, that's huge, because these things, while problematic, are a great foundation. I mean, they're great. We've skipped over a lot of the crap. We've got pretty simple views on basically holding the industry responsible for how its products are marketed, which we should be doing with every industry.
Well, yeah.
That's my point.
And holding people accountable for what they're doing wrong. The problem that I feel have is that they're not understanding the science behind these tests that they're proposing to use. But the fact that they want to hold those people accountable, we all should agree on. We don't want people who are impaired doing safety-sensitive jobs.
Right.
Impairment, however, is this whole other thing that we aren't even talking about currently.
Right. And how it's more efficient than a drug test is.
Right.
Yeah, like theirs say, have it in their system, and they obviously don't understand how it works. And then they even mention the passengers in the car having it in their system.
Which I didn't notice until you pointed out.
Oh,
so
I noticed that right away. I underlined it in red, and I was like, what does a passenger have
They
to
don't
do?
even have that with alcohol.
I was going to say, wait, so to be clear for our listeners, a ban on people driving with marijuana in their system, drivers or passengers. It says very clearly their whole thing.
They're obviously a little misguided, but going in the right direction.
Well, I think that they probably saw that movie with the most recent Reefer Madness show, where the guy goes crazy with Ed. Is it Ed Cummings? Edward. Sorry, I'm bad. Anyway,
we stumped him.
Anyway, it's the crazy lunatic out of control.
Yeah,
that's
and
the passenger they're afraid
that's
of.
where it is that the fear is incorrect. I mean, I have the same concerns.
Alan Cumming.
Alan. Why do I say it? Anyway.
The fear is incorrect, and it's okay to have that fear that your children are going to use drugs, and a lot of it. My concern is with holding the marijuana industry responsible for some parents who aren't.
For parenting,
and that's true too. There's a line there for sure,
yeah.
because we can't hold the industry responsible for everything that goes wrong. And like I said, we don't hold McDonald's responsible for obesity.
Right, right.
But no.
We should, but we don't. But no, the thing is that we have to teach people, I believe, the responsible decision making and to understand how they're impacting others. And I think that whole vision is in this, even if it's not well defined.
And I think if both sides were to work together to find that common ground.
Right.
And
I think like you were saying earlier, I think the most important thing to come out of here is they've identified their fears.
Yes.
They have really given us a bulletin board to say, this is what I'm scared of. And we can look at that, and we know already, because we've been formulating our facts and our arguments, we can address each one of those. I mean, I don't know about you, but I went down with them, well, that's ridiculous because of such and such. And how quickly we rattle that off because we've bothered to educate ourselves. Stoners aren't stupid.
Right.
And I'm telling you,
At least not
that
everyone.
well,
There's stupid people
That
in
has
all
nothing-
categories of
that's right.
life.
Yeah.
but that really does tell us what they're afraid of. And I think if anybody out there wants to open up a dialogue with somebody who is completely against legalization, or maybe even buys this is your blueprint on where to go and to discuss with them things that they're uncomfortable with. It's your opportunity to educate people.
So there's two more things I want to point out on this.
Oh yeah,
real
please
quick.
do. This is delicious.
I know you like this one because you circled it in
I
red. They suggest that the marijuana can be controlled by the FDA, which is how the proponents, I guess the proponents of Marinol, Marinol is medical marijuana,
Pharmaceutical
not this
control.
plant over here, that they want to see the FDA control it. I don't think that the FDA can control it, but apparently the FDA has recently taken control of tobacco, and that's what they're talking about modeling it on, not the medical argument. So I don't know if I'm in favor of this or not, because I haven't noticed anything different about how they handle tobacco.
Well, the FDA long time ago stopped working for the people. It really did. It does not. The FDA does not protect the people that it was intended to, or formed to do. I mean, we have. If that were the truth, if the FDA actually did their job, then we wouldn't have to worry about poisons in our food or in our water. We wouldn't have to worry about so many deaths contributed to prescription drugs.
But just because
corn.
the FDA is a failed organization, I agree. Like, we should get rid of so many different regulations. I'm like one of those Ron Paul supporters who's like, yeah, get rid of all of these agencies. They're not helping us. They're all like this. However, if we're going to have these regulatory agencies, should marijuana be regulated that way? Because we're not talking about whether or not to get rid of the FDA, So when you're saying all these, I agree totally.
I think marijuana needs its own commission. I think it needs its own. I really do, because it isn't alcohol. It isn't tobacco. It's not, it is its own entity. I really believe that, because it does tap into so many parts of our life, our environment, our fibers, fuels. I mean, you name it. And I think it needs to have its own agency, commission, whatever you want to call it, just because it is so different. Alcohol has got just a couple of uses. Marijuana and hemp has so many different uses that it taps into different organizations, and just to have it regulated under the FDA seems like it seems like a tip to the pharmaceutical company.
I think I understand the feeling from a lot of people in our side of the argument who would feel that way, but on the other hand, I'm trying to think from their side of the argument and saying, well, does the FDA make sense as the body that regulates that if they model it on tobacco?
And I think the way to win that fight is that the FDA doesn't work, so why would we want a crippled organization organizing something?
But we could say that about every organization in our government.
Well, this is true.
So then they would all just shut down tomorrow, and we would have nothing.
I think the point.
I do agree with Ron Paul. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
So the final thing on here, though, that kind of addresses everything that you were just saying, is that they talk about having a Surgeon General's report on the impact of legal marijuana to basically be looking at this and evaluating it. Again, I'm not sure if the Surgeon General is the right person, because it seems like he's another one of those positions that's required to slant his argument a certain
toward
way.
business and corporate.
And I don't
It's
still following the right idea that
but
we
the
want
right
somebody
idea.
to be controlling this. We
Right,
want somebody
and to
be
evaluate its effectiveness in the
Yes.
way that we're controlling it. Because what if this is overboard? What if this is too much and we do implement this? We want somebody who's looking at it and saying, no, this isn't working. We want to do this and changing it.
And we
So-
need some counterpoints in something like that too, because what we don't want is make it so restrictive that people are going back out to support an
A black
unregulated
market,
an unregulated market where there's criminal element, no quality checks, and they don't care what they sell or
who they sell it
to.
So we should rattle off some of our contact information. Our Facebook page is A Different View.
Sarah, you've got those numbers.
Our website.
A Different View .us will take you to our Facebook page.
Okay.
And then Twitter is
ADV420. And our email?
A Different View 420 at gmail.com.
And then we're here at live.normal.org every Monday at 8 p.m. and replay, I think, is 6 hours later. And we will see you guys all next Monday. Thank you for tuning in.
All right. Take care of each other.
Just weedmaps.com. I'm Radical Russ from NORML. In my job as outreach coordinator, I travel every month, and when I'm on the road, I need a fast, accurate way to find the medical marijuana dispensaries in the area. So I turn to weedmaps.com. Weedmaps.com has the best dispensary locator online or on your mobile device. Search by zip code or let Weedmaps find you, and in seconds you'll have the addresses, phone numbers, and customer service reviews for the medical marijuana dispensaries in the local area. Weedmaps.com also has a section devoted to helping you find a doctor who understands and recommends medical marijuana under your state's law. You can even check prices on the Medical Marijuana Stock Exchange. Coming soon, you'll even be able to find the listings of NORML attorneys and chapters, local head shops and grow shops, and the best weed-friendly businesses. Weedmaps.com has the information you need to be an informed cannabis consumer. Visit weedmaps.com today, a proud sponsor of the NORML Network. Here's Chick Webb and his orchestra with a song about that wacky dust.
Most of us pirates, we go on vacation to North Dakota, you know, because they've got a town called Argusville. Arr, 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 arr. What are you smoking there, boy?
So now
Here's a tune from Maria Danes. It's Peace Wins the Election. Well, that and a few $100 million.
I'm holding the post, and I'm running for freedom. No political road, no, just a hunch of a feeling. Too old is the war, too young our redemption. Too sorry the state of the world, and it's too sorry to mention. Where there were those that would stand up and count themselves in for the whole. Now only rivers of money are washed by the hands that fight to own more. I'm nobody's choice, and I'm nobody's monkey, but I have a voice, and I know you don't want me. I'll say what I will, and I'll sing with conviction. There's a flag on the hill, peace wins the election. Where there were those that would stand up and count themselves in for the whole. Now only rivers of money are washed by the hands that fight to own more. I won't sit on the fence, I won't call for no planning. This world should be friends who stand up for the planet. I won't tire of the toil, I won't swing on the glory. Between humans and soil, there's a beautiful story. Where there were those that would stand up and count themselves in for the whole. Now only rivers of money are washed by the hands that fight to own more. Where there were those that would stand up and count themselves in for the whole. Now only rivers of money are washed by the hands that fight to own more. Oh, we're in for the long haul. Pull up a chair. We're in for the long haul. We all gotta pull. We're in for the long haul. Peace wins the election.
Tune in to the NORML Network for Roots Monday, featuring the best of blues, jazz, country, folk, and acoustic daily toker tunes, with premiere episodes every Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern and replays at 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the NORML Network and online at tunes.normal.org.
So let's see what this. There's a farm in the hollow, somewhere out in western Tennessee. It's where I wanna be. There's a plot and a harvest, half a mile from downtown Kankakee. I wish you could see sweet September, wide-eyed and splendid. These green leaves help me remember what it means to be free. So let it grow, earth and sky, roll it up, let's get so high, and strike a man, raise your cup, just don't tell us we can't light up, light up.
sweet as cherry wine. There's a grandma in the basement learning how to grow hydroponically. She says it's growing like a weed, and sweet, so tender, wide-eyed, resplendent. These green leaves help me remember what it means to be free. So let it grow, earth and sky. Roll it up, let's get so high. Strike a match, raise your cup, don't tell us.
The NORML PAC, the political arm of NORML, makes contributions to members of Congress and select state legislators who support our policies and advance legislation towards that end. Elected officials need to see that those of us who support legalization are serious about changing policy, are about more than just getting high, and understand the importance of supporting politicians who support us. Please make a contribution today to the NORML PAC and send it to the NORML office in Washington, D.C., 1600 K Street Northwest, Suite 501, Washington, D.C., 20006. Or go to the NORML website and make a generous contribution. It is an investment in our future and will help assure we finally re-legalize the responsible use of marijuana in this country. Thank you. Here's Rick Fowler with Feel So Much Better.
When I'm discouraged, when I'm hurt, there's someone waiting just to go to work. She makes me feel so much better. I look forward to feeling bad. If I've been shot down in the dust, she'll get me back up with one little touch. She makes me feel so much better. I look forward to feeling bad. Doesn't ask for anything from me, just gives me comfort and a little sympathy.
She makes me feel so much better. I look forward to feeling bad. If I'd been happy every day, I'd never have known her nurse. That's why I say she makes me feel so much better. I look forward to feeling bad. Yeah, she makes me feel so much better. I look forward to feeling bad.
Leave us exit stage left.
This is a song about what happens when you get caught with marijuana. Hello, Mr. Officer, and how are you this evening? That you're smelling something that you don't find very pleasing. Could it be the fact that I've been smoking weed? Yes, indeed. Yes, sir, Mr. Officer, I've got my hands behind me. Don't use any more pepper spray. That last shot was blinding, I can't see. And it's getting hard to breathe. I'm in custody. Oh, it's only a weed. Oh, it's only a weed. Seems I've got a little problem. The policeman thinks I'm dealing. It's prison time, he's talking. Could you please call an attorney just for me? I'm in need. Hey, public defender, when's my case going to trial? I couldn't make my bond, and I've been in jail a while and lost my job. All for a quarter pound of pot. Ain't that a crop? Oh, it's only a weed. 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 friend named Bubba looking out for me. He said that I'm really cute, but I feel like I'm being used. There's just got to be a better way, 'cause I'm not gay. Hey, future employer man, there's something I must tell you. When you run all my numbers, you're gonna find my record I did time. Having marijuana is a crime. I wish they'd have an open mind. It's not a crime. Oh, it's only a weed. 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 It's only a weed. That was a parody from the Plain White Tee.
And you know, the first time I ever heard Chief Greenbud, it was that song I heard.
Was it that song?
And I had never heard Hey There Delilah in my life. I'd never heard the actual song that it's a parody of, and I thought, this is the most brilliant marijuana song I've ever heard.
Oh, thank you.
And then when I heard the Plain White Tee song, I'm like, this sucks. I like your song better, man.
Nice. Thank you, Russ. I appreciate that.
And the Oscar goes to Whoopi Goldberg.
Thanks. Ever since I was a little kid, I've wanted this. You don't know. My mom's home, everybody's watching. I had to thank Patrick Swayze, who's a stand-up guy, and went to them and said, I want to do it with her. I want to thank Demi. I want to thank everybody who makes movies. I come from New York. I was a little kid, I lived in the projects. And you're the people I watched. You're the people who made me want to be an actor. I'm so proud to be here. I'm proud to be an actor, and I'm going to keep on acting, and thank you so much. You know, I learned a great lesson, though. Never smoke pot before there's the possibility of having to talk to 100 million people. You know, it's smoking cigarettes and pot every now and then are my habits. And so I thought, I've got to relax. So I smoked this wonderful joint that was the last of my homegrown. And honey, I'm telling you, when he said my name and I popped up, I thought, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Okay, up the stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, around to the podium. There's millions of people. Pick up the statue, get the statue. Okay. My mother called me and she said, you smoked, didn't you? I said, well, I said, yeah. She said, your eyes were just as glistening. And I said, oh, fine, panic. So I got that tape, the Oscar tape, to see whether or not you could tell. And you couldn't. Couldn't tell. She just panicked me. She said, you know.
Mothers know.
They do know. You can only have to think about light now.
They know.
I know you're not supposed to admit that you smoke pot, but I don't drink alcohol, so that's my head. That's right. You may not show that.
Quick, just say no. We
won't. Well, just because I do it doesn't mean you should.
Here's Julian Fouth with Roll On In on Roots Monday's Daily Toker Tunes.
Now you may go to church on Sunday and try to do what's right. May make it all the way to Friday, but then comes Saturday night. If you want to have a good time, baby, open the door and come on in. Long as you got just a little bit of money, baby, nothing you do tonight is a sin. Well, you could smoke cocaine or reefers, I don't care. You could pop ecstasy. But if you happen to be affiliated with the law in any way, brother, you don't even know me. Or well, you just roll on in, or you won't be alone. You just roll on in, or you won't be alone. Well, if you get hungry, get you some of that greasy barbecue. You can make it go down easy with some of that good old 2 and 2. 2 and 2 is what we call moonshine. Well, then I'll tell you why. That stuff will make you too drunk to laugh, brother, and way too high to cry. You could get up and dance on the table, stand up on your head and sing out of key just like me. You can do anything you want, baby, but please leave the guitar player be. You just roll on in, or you won't be alone. You just roll on in, or you won't be alone. Tonight's the night to get high. You may never go home. Now if you're a lover and you're not too shady, I might introduce you to a fine-looking lady. If her price is too high, you know there's another friend of mine. She may not be so good-looking, but I swear she will take her time. That don't cut it, there's one on the corner. You won't have to pay her a dime. All you got to do is put in the mood and she say, any man that falls on that floor is mine. You just roll on in, or you won't be alone. You just roll on in, or you won't be alone. Tonight's the night to get high. You may never go home. Well, and if you're a gambler, follow me and walk this way. You just put your money down on the wood, baby. Go ahead and make your pay. You got to pray to little St. Joseph, little boy with the many-colored coat. And then you just roll them bones until you're broke. You know they got blackjack and dices, Texas Hold'em, Georgia Skin, Pool and Domino. When your money's all gone, baby, go ahead and borrow some more. You just roll on in, or you won't be alone. You just roll on in, or you won't be alone. Tonight's the night to get high. You may never go home. You may never go home. You may
Hi, I'm Radical Russ. One of the best things about marijuana is the wonderful aroma. But when you travel a lot like I do, that aroma becomes a suspicious smell. That's why I endorse stealth-products.com, the leaders in smell-proof containers. From smell-proof vacuum bags to smell-proof backpacks and duffel bags, all the way to smell-proof digital safes, stealth-products.com has you covered. Stealth-products.com brings you safe, secure, odorless layers of protection with activated carbon fiber. Backpacks and duffel bags are simple black so as not to attract attention with a logo or a flashy design. Now, nothing is perfectly odor controlled from the detection of drug dogs, but with proper vigilance, containers from stealth-products.com will help you avoid nosy humans.
You're now listening to Elliot Beats.
Stealth-products.com. Stealth-products.com. Roots Monday is all about the forms of music that evolved into the great popular music of today. We play blues, country, folk, jazz, acoustic music, all sorts of stuff with a great 420 feel. Here's another one of those tunes from Howitzer with Stoned on your NORML network.
Come and you go, time moves so slow. Drifting away is the only thing I know. I see you grow in so many different ways. I try to leave, but I can't help but stay. You make me feel stoned. I couldn't live my life that way. My head gets clearer every day. Stone, I'm drifting away. I kiss your lips and I get high and I need to check my head. And I can't take back all the things I said. When you're gone, I want you back. You're all I need to keep my mind on track. I look around all over town, you're nowhere to be found. I don't know why I get so stoned. I couldn't live my life that way. Stoned. My head gets clearer every day. What more can I say?
I smell pot coming from over here and grilled onions from over there. Two of my favorite smells ever. Both those onions and that pot smell really good up here, you know.
Sitting in the morning sun, I'll be sitting, yeah, till the evening comes. Watching the ship roll in. And I watch him roll away again. Sitting on the dock of the bay, watching time roll away. Sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Left my home in Georgia, Georgia. Headed for the Frisco Bay. Lord, nothing to live for. Seems like nothing wanna come my way. Sitting on the dock of the bay, watching time roll away. Sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Looks like nothing's gonna change. Everything still remain the same. How can I do what 10 people tell me to do? So I guess I'll remain the same. Sitting here resting my bones, 'cause this loneliness won't leave me alone. Two 2,000 miles I roam just to make the start my home. That's why I'm sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the time roll away. Ooh. Sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time. Wasting time, oh Lord. Wasting time, wasting time.
Here's Cab Calloway with that funny reefer man.
Man, what's the matter with that cat there?
Must be full of reefer.
Full of reefers?
Yeah, man.
You mean that cat's high?
Sailing.
Sailing?
Sailing lightly.
Would you get away from here? Man, is that the reefer man?
That's the reefer man.
I believe he's losing his mind.
I think he's lost his mind.
Talking to that reefer man. Reefer man. Have you ever met funny reefer man? Reefer man. Have you ever met funny reefer man? Reefer man. If he says he walks the ocean, anytime he takes a notion, then you know you're talking to the reefer man. Reefer man. Have you ever met the funny reefer man? Reefer man. Oh, baby, reefer man. Reefer man. If he trades your dimes for nickels and calls watermelon pickles, then you know you're talking to that reefer man. Reefer man. Have you ever met fun reefer man? Reefer man. Have you ever met a funny reefer man? Reefer man. If he takes a sudden mania, wants to give you Pennsylvania, then you know you're talking to the reefer man. You ever met a funny reefer man? Have you ever met a funny reefer man? If he says Wall Street is Hispanic, 'cause he won't sell the Atlantic, then you know you're talking to that reefer man.
Tune in to the NORML Network for Drug Truth Network, featuring interviews of marijuana reformers on Century of Lies and Cultural Baggage, with premiere episodes every Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern and replays at 3 a.m. and 9 a.m. on the NORML Network and online at drugtruth.net.
A viper's moan. I want all y'all to get together and swing me out, 'cause I feel the spirit. Bring it to me. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
Tune in to the Normal Network every weekday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern for our primetime lineup. We begin with an hour of daily Toker tunes, followed by Normal Show Live and Toker Talk Radio, live from Rolla J Studios in Portland, Oregon. Then you get 2 hours of recorded podcasts from national and international reformers, followed by our late night live shows at 11 p.m. Eastern. Then the whole 6-hour block repeats twice overnight. It's the Normal Network, your source for the best in marijuana media.
All right, everybody, smoke a big hit. We're headed to Noodly Guitar Land. It's Smoke Ring Days with Transcendental Daisies.
Póngase alerta ese vato, no se vaya al rol. Porque va a empezar al rato el piano del cantón. Porque va a empezar al rato el marihuana boogie boy. No se agüite pues, pégale duro esas teclas. Vamos pues a tronarnos las manos, digo yo. Me voy a sacar una buena jaina para echar un buen borlo ese. Porque está bote de aquella este boogie. Mi jaina se llama Juana, 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 Juana. Pero ya todos los vatos le dicen marihuana. Mari, marihuana, como te quiero yo. ¿Cómo le hace boca de aquello usted? Cuando le suena ese boogie me siento volador. Péguele bute esas teclas, ya estoy aviador. Péguele bute esas teclas, que ya estoy volador.
All right, mate, let's go down under with 100 Cone Billy. Is Herb Superb.
I said, what did you do? He says, Poppy walks out and he goes, hello, suck this and MF and kiss my big black stuff and suck it and stick it down your mouth and suck it, suck it.
Normal Show live chat is for friends aged 18 and older. And we expect our chat to be civil, mature, and free from excessive profanity. If you don't like these rules, there are approximately 6 billion other chat rooms with lower standards you can visit.
You cannot say filth, flarn, filth in front of people.
Well, Billy, he thought work just sucked. He coughed a lot, and his mind was fucked. He just sat around and packed the bong all day. Bong. Well, he'd get one ready the night before, so in the morning when his feet hit the floor, he could have a cone before he had a piss. He thought everyone else were fools. His friends had jobs or were still at school, but he was on the rock and roll and still at home. Well, he dealt a bit to keep the stash in shape, and he slept till 12 and stayed up late. He had a full-time occupation, getting stoned. 100 Cone Billy, what a fucking whacker. Needs to bunger up his clacker. He needs to get a life. And that's us away from snapping. An accident waiting to happen. He's bound to take a dive. 100 Cone Billy. Well, a night young Billy hit the wall. He left the local bar with a belly full. He could hardly walk. He'd had a few drinks with his mates. Against all odds, he made it home and went straight to his room and packed a cone. Took a big long hit, pulled it through. When the smoke hit, his lungs had left one collapsed. His face went purple and his eyes rolled back. He threw a Technicolor yawn across the room. Then he let out one ginormous cough, then he shit himself. It was wet and soft and green, with brown bits in between. 100 Cone Billy, what a fucking whacker. Needs to bunger up his clacker. He needs to get a life. And that's us away from snapping. An accident waiting to happen, he's bound to take a dive. 100 Cone Billy.
Thank you for listening to the NORML Network. I'm Radical Russ Belville. For more information about the show you just heard, and for downloads of complete episodes and podcast feeds, visit the NORML Audio Video Department at norml.org/AV. Good day, tokers and tokettes. Radical Russ here at Rolla J Studios, where it's Monday, January 23rd, 2012. We're getting ready for another great NORML show live, airing tonight at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. A couple of great guests on today's show. We'll be joined by Dr. Michael Reznicek, MD. He is the author of a new book called Blowing Smoke, Rethinking the War on Drugs Without Prohibition and Rehab. Very interesting conversation we're going to have, where he points out this disease model of addiction is preventing us from getting the legalization we're all fighting for. Also joining us, Emil Visser from NORML South Africa at what's probably going to be, midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning his time. But he's joining us to tell us about the latest activism going on in South Africa with one of our favorite international NORML chapters. We've also got other great shows coming up tonight on the NORML Network. You'll get to hear Drug Truth Network, the Century of Lies, and the Cultural Baggage Show from Dean Becker down there in Houston. He's got more great guests for you today. And then the debut of our newest podcasts, Canna Truth's Reefer Rhetoric, also from Texas. This is in the Waco, Texas area. Canna Truth's podcast features Denton Ramsey from NORML of Waco, and then Reefer Rhetoric features Denton joined by Professor Blunston as they discuss the fight to end marijuana prohibition in Texas and nationwide. So stay tuned. We got plenty coming up on the NORML Network. Make sure you stay for the second hour of Toker Talk Radio, where we take your calls at 971-533-7111. And thank you for setting your browser to live.norml.org and the NORML Network.
Is intended for responsible adults only. We advocate for the repeal of marijuana prohibition for adults. We discuss the science, culture, and controversy about America's marijuana laws. We do not advocate or encourage any illegal activity, and advise all listeners to learn their state and federal marijuana laws by visiting norml.org, NORML.org. Opinions and claims made by guests and advertisers of NORML Show Live are their own and do not necessarily reflect the philosophy and policies of NORML. Listener discretion is advised.
You take a seed, you plant it, you grow it, you dry it, you roll it, you smoke it. You take a seed, you plant it, you grow it, you dry it, you roll it, you smoke it. Then it goes down smooth.
Spanning the continent to bring you the truth about cannabis and marijuana law reform.
I smoke pot and I like it a lot.
From the promise of legalization.
And I think we need to rethink and decriminalize our marijuana laws.
To the agony of prohibition.
One major responsibility is to encourage people to use less drugs.
The National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws presents NORML Show Live, Marijuana Nation. Now, here's your host, NORML's Outreach Coordinator, Radical Russ Belville.
Good afternoon, tokers and tokettes, and welcome. It is Monday, January 23rd, 2012, and it's got to be 420 somewhere in the world. Welcome back to the weekend, although I guess it could just as well be 2007, considering who's in the Super Bowl. Haven't we seen this one already? New York Giants come back out of nowhere to be the number 6 seed to get into the playoffs on the road. In overtime, they win by a field goal to face the number 1 seed out of the AFC, the New England Patriots. Haven't we seen this game already? I want a do-over. All right, let's go to our virtual studio where waiting in the wings is our senior news editor, Cannabis Carrie. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, and I can't even imagine who do you think should have gone to the Super Bowl. I don't even know.
You know, if this were the BCS, if this were college football, the Giants wouldn't have even been bowl eligible. It'd have been the Packers and the Patriots in the BCS Bowl. But anyway, hey, that's football. We got to get to some marijuana news. There's plenty of news today. So, Carrie,
there's
tell us.
other fans we should offend, and
that's
those
right.
Giant fans. Anyway, we do have a lot of news today, being a Monday. You know, I think, Russ, that this year it's going to be interesting to count. There'll probably be less states that don't have marijuana questions on their ballot than do. It's kind of going to be interesting. But there is a state that's considering an impact on legalization study. We're going to talk about that. Also, we're going to go up to Montana. You know, the news out of Montana has been rough all year, and we're going to tell you about a recent court decision to dismiss some lawsuits. Not more bad news, I'm going to say that right there.
Yeah.
But also a Supreme Court decision that's some good news I can tell you about today that came down this morning. And we have sort of a celebrity bust. One of our favorite lawmakers got in trouble again. We're going to tell you all about that coming up on the Hemp Headlines.
Yes, the Schadenfreude is in the air. Whew, can you smell it? Oh, it's going to be a good one today. All right, also on today's show, it's Roots Monday for our Daily Toker Tunes, and I've got one from the Reefer Jazz Vaults for you today. A real good song called Blue Reefer Blues. That's it. Blue Reefer Blues. I knew there was blue in there somewhere. Also on today's show, two great interviews. Our first interview is with Dr. Michael Resnicek, MD. He's the author of a new book called Blowing Smoke, Rethinking the War on Drugs Without Prohibition and Rehab, something that's going to be near and dear to my heart. We'll talk to him at 5:30. And then at 45 past, joining us at what will be 5:45 in the morning his time, Emil Visser from NORML South Africa, talking about the second annual NORML Road Show in South Africa and all the activism work he's doing down there to end marijuana prohibition on that continent. So be talking to Emil at 45 after. And then in the second hour, taking your calls at 971-533-7111. Stick around. It's NORML Show Live.
You're listening to NORML Show Live, the voice of the marijuana nation.
Hi, I'm Radical Russ. One of the best things about marijuana is the wonderful aroma. But when you travel a lot like I do, that aroma becomes a suspicious smell. That's why I endorse stealth-products.com, the leaders in smell-proof containers. From smell-proof vacuum bags to smell-proof backpacks and duffel bags, all the way to smell-proof digital safes, stealth-products.com has you covered. Stealth-products.com brings you safe, secure, odorless layers of protection with activated carbon fiber. Backpacks and duffel bags are simple black so as not to attract attention with a logo or flashy design. Now, nothing is perfectly odor controlled from the detection of drug dogs, but with proper vigilance, containers from stealth-products.com will help you avoid nosy humans.
You're now listening to Elliot Beats.
Stealth-products.com. Stealth-products.com.
What's up, guys? This is Miss High Times 2007, and you're chilling with us here at the NORML Podcast.
Weedmaps.com. I'm Radical Russ from NORML. In my job as outreach coordinator, I travel every month, and when I'm on the road, I need a fast, accurate way to find the medical marijuana dispensaries in the area. So I turn to Weedmaps.com. Weedmaps.com has the best dispensary locator online or on your mobile device. Search by zip code or let Weedmaps find you, and in seconds you'll have the addresses, phone numbers, and customer service reviews for the medical marijuana dispensaries in the local area. Weedmaps.com also has a section devoted to helping you find a doctor who understands and recommends medical marijuana under your state's law. You can even check prices on the Medical Marijuana Stock Exchange. Coming soon, you'll even be able to find the listings of NORML attorneys and chapters, local head shops and grow shops, and the best weed-friendly businesses. Weedmaps.com has the information you need to be an informed cannabis consumer. Visit Weedmaps.com today, a proud sponsor of the NORML Network.
Inhaling deeply of the sacred smoke.
Medical marijuana, industrial hemp, consumer cannabis. It's time for this week's NORML News with Cannabis Carrie.
State Representative Robert Watson has made our headline news yet again. The Republican former House leader in Rhode Island was arrested on Sunday in a similar incident that lost him his House leader position 9 months ago. Losing the House leader position was his only sanction, though. He did get to keep his job and committee positions. That may change, though. On Sunday morning, a snowplow driver called the police to say an erratic driver was in the parking lot he was working on. When officers arrived at the scene, they found Representative Watson's Volvo stuck in deep snow, and it was missing the left front tire. Watson was standing outside of his car when officers arrived at the scene. They asked him to wait in his vehicle just so he could stay warm, and then an officer observed Representative Watson pick up an open can of beer once he was back in the car. According to police reports of the incident, the state representative handed over the can reluctantly to the police when they asked for it, adding, "Do you know who I am? I'm the East Greenwich rep." Also on the report, Watson cursed out the police officers on scene and appeared to be highly intoxicated. When they looked in his car, they found 2 additional unopened bottles of beer and a pipe with recently burnt marijuana. State Representative Watson was not available for comment today because he has checked himself into an inpatient rehabilitation facility. State GOP Chairman Mark Zacharias said that the decision to seek treatment is a positive sign and shows that he has a medical problem, and that they are going to leave the decision up to Representative Watson on whether he can continue to serve the General Assembly of Rhode Island, saying if there are going to be a decision to resign, then it's his to make. Watson is already awaiting trial related to an incident that we reported to you back in April. Then he was charged with marijuana possession, possession of drug paraphernalia, and driving under the influence. At the time, his defense was that he only had a few drinks, he wasn't drunk, and that he did, in fact, use the marijuana to treat pain from a reoccurring bout of pancreatitis, and that he never sought a medical marijuana recommendation because he wanted to keep the matter private. He also alleged that the Connecticut police targeted him because it was in Connecticut at the time, and then adopted a more aggressive attitude once they saw his legislative ID. And indeed, tests later came back that his blood alcohol level was 0.07, just below the state's 0.08 limit, but also that blood test showed positive for marijuana and cocaine. Also, I want to point out it was just less than a year ago that Representative Watson made headlines when he told the Chamber of Commerce in Providence that the state lawmakers only had their priorities right if you are a Guatemalan gay man who likes to gamble and smoke marijuana. What a difference a year can make.
Yeah, what a difference here. Well, first of all, of course, going into the rehab, that's the typical, I've been busted. Now I can't get away with this one. I have to go to rehab now. We'll talk more about that with Dr. Resnicek as we get into the second half hour here. Representative Watson made my top stupid stoner stories of 2011. It looks like he's trying to make the list for 2012 as well. I just want to talk about the reporting on this that's kind of interesting to me. As I did the update on this, WPRO AM 630 News Talk in Providence talked about this, and they said when Officer Trevor Richmond arrived, the officers approached Watson inside the vehicle and found with him a beer can in hand. Okay, so the guy's in his car with an open beer in his hand. Officer McRae asked Watson to hand over the natural ice beer can, so shitty beer at that, and exit the vehicle. Watson was reluctant to obey the officer, saying, "Do you know who I am? I'm the EG rep." The police report says Watson appeared to be highly intoxicated, was slurring his words. When he stumbled from the vehicle, that's when they saw the pipe on the driver's side floor. The officer escorted Watson to the cruiser. Watson replied with, "Fuck you, whatever, fuck you." Okay, so first of all, imagine that's you or me getting busted for the second time in a DUI situation, addressing a cop like that. Do you think that our boss would be saying, well, it's up to you whether you retire. It's up to you whether you think you can continue to do your job. Here at the Assembly, I guess Rhode Island General Assembly is not as strict as, say, a Taco Bell as far as what they would consider to be something to get you lose your job. But anyway, let me go to the other media report on this, because this is really, really telling. The NBC station, the NBC affiliate in Providence, Rhode Island, reported it this way. Rhode Island State Representative Robert Watson has checked into an inpatient rehabilitation program following his second arrest on marijuana possession charges. State GOP Chairman Mark Zacharias said Watson's decision to enter a rehab program shows he's taking steps to address his problem. Police said a snowplow operator reported Watson was driving erratically on a flat tire late Saturday night. Police said they found a pipe used to smoke marijuana and suspected marijuana. Not a single mention in the NBC story about this representative being drunk and being caught with an open can of beer. No, must be the marijuana problem that's forced him into rehab.
And also, we have a story out of Virginia. A proposal by a Virginia lawmaker would fund a study into the potential revenue stream of marijuana if it were sold in liquor stores. Democratic Virginian delegate David England has also filed a resolution with the governor to petition the DEA to change the scheduling of marijuana, a move that some governors have already made. England would like Virginia to consider the impact of Virginia's 330 liquor stores joining the growing list of recommendations across the nation to reform the drug laws concerning the most commonly used illegal substance in the U.S. He would like to see Virginia bring in more money revenues for the state so they don't have to cut funding for core services across cash-strapped Virginia. England, who says he has not and is not a marijuana user, says that everyone knows that there are respectable members of society secretly smoking marijuana and giving all that money to criminals. He would like to see that money go into the Commonwealth instead. Under his proposed resolution, 8 members of the Virginia General Assembly would head a study on the practicality and feasibility of legalizing the use and sale of marijuana under strict conditions through the Virginia Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. The findings would be due to the legislature for consideration on the first day of the 2013 legislative session. But even though all the feedback that England has received from fellow legislators and constituents, he doesn't actually expect the proposal to survive the House Rules Committee. He does think that the proposals like this face a steep hill to climb, and he wants to take the first few steps and get this conversation going. We told you about Republican Delegate Harvey Morgan a few years back introducing a decrim bill to the House and was mocked and laughed at. The 81-year-old lawmaker had been serving the delegation since 1980. Delegate Morgan has also tried unsuccessfully to broaden the never-used 1970s Virginia law that allows medical marijuana for cancer and glaucoma. Now, we will let you know if this proposal study makes it out of the Rules Committee.
Yeah, Virginia is one of those states that has an impotent medical marijuana law. It was passed in the 70s, back when we were first learning about the properties of cannabis medicine for glaucoma, for cancer, and so on. And the problem with these laws, and a few states still have them, is they say the word prescription in them. Because it says prescription, well, that's under federal purview, that's under the DEA, nobody's going to prescribe it, and that's why those laws don't work in places like Virginia. However, as far as Delegate England here proposing the study of marijuana legalization, kudos to him. Thank you very much for doing that, because that's huge for our issue. We're going to try to get Delegate England on our show to interview about this, so we'll keep you posted when he comes on.
And a judge on Friday ruled that Montana's medical marijuana law does not protect those that provide medical marijuana to others from federal prosecution. In the continuing assault, U.S. District Judge Donald Malloy dismissed a civil lawsuit in Montana on Friday that was filed by 14 individuals and businesses that were part of more than 24 medical marijuana providers that were raided in March of last year in a coordinated effort between state and federal agents. The providers were saying their constitutional rights were violated because state law allows them to grow and produce cannabis for medical consumption. Judge Malloy ruled that on that old age, a state's right versus federal government rights. Malloy said that the U.S. Constitution's Supremacy Clause applies in medical marijuana cases because the Supremacy Clause says that federal law prevails if there is any conflict between state and federal statutes. His ruling said, quote, "Whether the plaintiff's conduct was legal under Montana law is of little significance here, since the alleged conduct clearly violates federal law. We are bound by federal law, like it or not," unquote. Montana's medical marijuana activists have had a rough year with blow after blow to their medical marijuana industry in the state. A strict new medical marijuana law was put into place by legislators last summer, severely limiting the number of patients that will enroll in the program and putting pressure on medical marijuana businesses like clinics and dispensaries. The legislative action is currently under a legal review, and there will also be a question about the new law already in effect that will appear on the November ballot for voters to endorse or reject. Some of that new law was temporarily blocked by a state judge, but even with some of the legislation blocked, there's been a dramatic decrease in the number of patients and providers who are enrolled in the program. Now, at the end of May, before the legislation took effect, there were 31,522 patients registered with the program. And according to the State Department of Public Health and Human Services that oversees that registration, there are only 18,012 registered patients as of December. In May, there were 4,650 registered providers. Now, last month, 395. The attorney representing the medical marijuana providers in the civil case dismissed on Friday said the ruling is a clear warning to other medical marijuana providers in the state that the federal government can go after them if they want to. He also said that he and his clients have not decided if they will appeal the decision.
We are going to continue to get these kind of decisions, though, as long as the federal prohibition exists. And I know people fighting for medical marijuana point to their state constitution that they've got it in, or the state law. And how many times are these cases have to come back where they say the state law doesn't mean anything? The federal government supremacy clause is in effect here. The Raich decision's in effect here. How many times is that going to have to happen before medical marijuana supporters start to realize they've got to put some energy into the fight for legalization for everyone, or this is never going to change?
And a very important privacy ruling came down for the Supreme Court today. the highest justices ruled that police cannot put a GPS tracking device on your car to track your movements without the benefits of a warrant. Surveillance technology, yes, has changed the way that we can monitor people suspected of crimes, and the law hadn't quite caught up with the technology yet. The ruling is being seen as a defeat for the Obama administration that had argued that a warrant should not be needed to put a GPS on a car to monitor its movement on public streets. And it was a victory, of course, for the ACLU, who called it an important protection of privacy. The judges ruled unanimously to uphold a precedent-setting ruling by a U.S. appeals court that the police needed a warrant to put such a device on a suspect's vehicle. With the new technology, the government has the unprecedented ability to get mass amounts of data and store and analyze that information about a citizen's private life. Cases like this are important to privacy concerns in the new age. Now, we told you about this particular case, U.S. versus Antoine Jones, a D.C. club owner, who Maryland police secretly installed a GPS on his Jeep Cherokee back in 2005. They tracked that vehicle's movement for a month before they used all the information about his movements to convict him of conspiring to distribute cocaine. At his first trial, he was given a life sentence for cocaine trafficking. Now, an appeals court threw out his conviction, ruling that the monitoring of his car amounted to a search. All 9 judges agreed with the appeals court decision today. 4 of them would have gone even further, finding fault with the lengthy monitoring of Mr. Jones, saying that long-term monitoring of your vehicle's movement violate a reasonable expectation of privacy. So, great news for fans of personal privacy.
It sure is. And you know what I found surprising in this unanimous decision that was authored by Justice Scalia, of all people, is that the court used the exact same logic I used in 2010 when I was describing a horrible 2010 Ninth Circuit Court ruling in the case of Oregon's Juan Pineda Romero. Now, this was a case that approved the use of a warrantless GPS device placed on the man's car while it was sitting in his driveway up on his own private property. And I painted this fantasy time machine scenario where I tried to explain to the founding fathers to imagine what it would be like if the government could put a constable in your car, put a clerk in your car to record your every movement, to record every route you took, and you would never know he was there, and he'd be able to report that to the government at all times. Well, in his footnote number 3, Justice Scalia talks about that very situation. It posits the situation that's not far afield. A constable's concealing himself in the target's coach in order to track its movements. There is no doubt that the information gained by that trespassory activity would be the product of an unlawful search. Now, Alito kind of made fun of that, saying the constable would either have to be really small or the coach would have to be really big. But I'm glad to see the Supremes finally came down on the side of personal privacy and liberty.
I personally didn't know the Supremes were still together.
Yeah, Diana Ross and the Supremes just decided today you still have a 4th Amendment.
Awesome.
Let's take
Thanks,
a break
Diana
and talk
Ross.
about it. We're going to be right back after this.
It's 20 after the hour, and we have to take a short break, if you know what I mean. Please support these sponsors who support NORML Show Live.
Oh, have you ever met that funny reefer man? A reefer man. Have you ever met that funny reefer man? A reefer man. If he said he swam to China, he would sell you South Carolina. Then you know you're talking to that reefer man.
Oh, that cough can only mean one thing, folks. You know it's coming soon. The High Times Cannabis Cup in L.A., February 11th and 12th. Me, Ganja John, Wiz Khalico, Ganja Wife, Cannabis Carry. We'll all be there. Maybe even Scott Gordon from Herbage Designs.
What?
What?
That sounds like a fun time.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
You can meet all the pot stars from the NORML network all at once. It's amazing. Russ is now aiming the camera at me. Here we go. We'll be there February 11th and 12th. We'll probably be there all week. So if you're in the LA area, come hang out with us and come to the Medical Cannabis Cup, as they're calling it, but the High Times Cannabis Cup is what we're calling it.
That's right. We got I just called the lady for the condo. We got to put all the money up front, though, because it's only 2 weeks away. So
no problem.
If you got some money laying around, send it our way.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I'm working on a sponsorship. Might have Subby sponsor our trip.
There you go.
And be brought to you by TGA. That'd be kind of cool. But Danny, is Danny going out, you know?
Yeah, I think so.
Danny Danko, Dave Bienenstock will be there. I don't know if Nico's going to be there.
I don't know.
But just about everybody who's anybody is going to be there in L.A. February 11th and 12th. Check out medcancup.com. You can get the information on tickets, and there's a VIP party as well. We'll bring that to you. Bring you all
be there
the coverage.
throughout every bit of it.
Every single bit. And like the whole week before, we're going to go out. We're going to drive down on the Monday after the Super Bowl. And then we check into the condo on Tuesday. We get the condo from Tuesday through Sunday.
Wow.
It's going to be a good time.
Good time.
We'll be in Little Tokyo. Also, we're looking for volunteers to help us out with the NORML booth. We need people to staff the NORML booth and sell gear and all that kind of stuff. And it don't pay nothing, but you get into the Cannabis Cup. So if you're interested, send me an email, stash@norml.org.
In all the years that we have known each other, has there been any time that I have ever given you cause or reason to suspect my sanity?
Do you really want to legalize marijuana? Prove it. Join NORML today at NORML.org, and your donation will help us spread the growing truth about cannabis. Free speech ain't free, you know.
Free the ganja tree, it's the healing of the nation. Free the Cali weed, good for meditation. Free the pot smokers, they read not the lie. Lighting up the chalice, they keep no malice. Free the marijuana, come on, say. Free the marijuana, hear me, say. Free the marijuana, come on, say. Free the marijuana. Legalize it.
It's time for your daily Toker Tunes, the best in 420-friendly music from all genres that uplifts, entertains, and informs the public. Today we bring you tunes for Roots Monday, our celebration of the music that evolved into the popular modern music of today. We pick the best of blues, country, folk, and jazz with a 420 feel and serve it up for you every Monday. If you'd like to submit your song to be played on NORML Show Live, send it to us at stash@norml.org. Now here's some more great independent marijuana music for today's Daily Toker Tunes.
All right, we're dipping back into the reefer jazz era. This song comes to us from 1935. It's by Richard M. Jones and his Jazz Wizards. It's called Blue Reefer Blues. Now, Richard M. Jones was from a musical family in New Orleans and played a variety of instruments before making piano his main instrument. He played in Armand Piron's Olympia Orchestra and led his own band called the Four Hot Hounds, which included Sugar Johnny Smith and occasionally King Oliver. During World War I, he played with Papa Celestin. He left New Orleans in 1919 and moved to Chicago, where he set up the Chicago branch of Clarence Williams Publishing Company and Music Store. He played in bands in Chicago during the 1920s, but his main gig was as a manager of OK Records' Race Records division. He led his own studio band called Richard M. Jones Jazz Wizards and accompanied a great number of singers and bands on piano. He continued to be active in music until his death, both as a musician and a talent scout. Jones is best remembered today as the composer of such jazz standards as Trouble in Mind and Riverside Blues. This is Richard M. Jones and his Jazz Wizards with Blue Reefer Blues.
is it, everyone? This is Yee from Pepper, and you're listening to the NORML Show Live. All right.
As High Times Senior Cultivation Editor, I'm often called into the field and asked to sample or even identify exotic strains of marijuana in their natural habitat. Now, for the first time, I've compiled more than 120 of my favorite strains into this single field guide designed to fit into your pocket as you travel the world in search of your favorite plant. From a friend's closet grow room to the wilds of Northern California, this single guide covers all of today's best-known strains, plus heirlooms and throwbacks, including High Times quality photos and information on each variety's genetic heritage and growing characteristics, plus my personal notes on aroma, flavor, and potency. So this is Danny Danko, author of the official High Times Field Guide to Marijuana Strains, wishing you good times and great ganja.
The official High Times Field Guide to Marijuana Strains is available at hightimes.com and finer bookstores.
Yar! There be pirates here. Yo ho ho ho! And a ton of good smoke. Har har!
You want to legalize it? Call your congressman today. 202-224-3121. It's free, it's easy, and you don't even have to give your name, just your zip code, and they'll hook you up to your congressman. Call 202-224-3121 and tell Congress you support marijuana legalization.
Liberate your mind. Liberate your mind.
Catch NORML News with Cannabis Carey every weekday on NORML Show Live at 7 p.m. Eastern, here on the NORML Network. Legalization, decriminalization, lowest law enforcement priority, medical marijuana, ganja sacrament, consumer cannabis, industrial hemp. The world of marijuana law reform involves many different aspects of cannabis that interact nearly every public policy discussion in America, including healthcare, the economy, global climate change, law enforcement in prisons, immigration, religion, free speech, energy policy, and war. Now, we take a look at how re-legalizing marijuana will change the world in our NORML Show Live Cannabis Conversations.
All right, welcome back, everyone, and I'm thrilled to have our next guest with us, Dr. Michael J. Reznicek. He's a board-certified psychiatrist with over 20 years of experience. He's practiced in the military, community settings, prisons, and state hospitals, and currently practices as a consultant in Washington State, just north of me. Dr. Reznicek, welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, Russ. It's good to be here.
Great to have you here, and I am so excited to get to this interview because we're here to talk about your new book, Blowing Smoke, Rethinking the War on Drugs Without Prohibition and Rehab. And this speaks to me so much because I was raised, my father was a poly-drug addict up until I was about age 12. He then went to a rehab, went to a out counseling, an inpatient center, got rehab, went through 12 steps, went back to school, became a drug and alcohol counselor. So I've experienced that disease model thinking, that 12-step Al-Anon type thinking. And now as a drug and alcohol reformer, I've found a lot of people that are beginning to question that model. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, of this disease model, and how you feel it impacts our message and our movement to legalize marijuana.
Okay. Well, I think that reformers have a difficult time with legalization because they're up against people who, the people who are against legalization, they're not a bunch of moral scolds. They're people who believe in science. The medical community, the whole scientific community has come out and said, listen, drug abuse is a genetic brain disease. And so people feel comfortable trying to outlaw these drugs, even marijuana, which many consider a gateway drug. And so when we run up against opposition to legalization, it really is heavily tied into this whole disease model. And frankly, it's a bunch of junk science. And I'm embarrassed for my profession that it beats the drums of the disease model. I knew when I was in medical school and in my residency training that there was a heavy ideological component to it, a heavy political component, but I just wasn't quite prepared for how big of a political component there is in this whole disease model.
Yeah, there's a lot of industry that is, I've referred to it as the drug war rehab industrial complex, where we catch many cannabis consumers whose only problem with cannabis is getting caught with it. We sentence them to a rehab they don't really need, and when they do well coming out of that rehab, the industry says, see, rehab works.
Right. Rehab can appear to work, and the reason is that people who go to rehab are people who are coming out of crisis points in their life. And it's those crises that cause people to change. Now, if you take a bunch of people who are coming out of crises and you send some of them through rehab, and they're going to do better because, and it's going to make it look like rehab is doing better. Now, listen, I understand, rehab can be beneficial to some people, but it's not necessary and it's not what changes people. You could take the top 10 addiction specialists from Harvard Medical School, sit them in front of any addict, and you tell me what they're going to do for that person. People can only change themselves, and they don't change until they're good and ready.
That's the old joke. How many psychiatrists does it take to change a light bulb? Only one, but the light bulb has to want to change.
Exactly. Well, that's what it is here with substance abuse. So my book, Blowing Smoke, what I do is I trace the history and science behind the disease model and show just how disconnected from hard science it is. There's two kinds of science. There's empirical science, and then there's paradigm science. Empirical science is what researchers do. They uncover facts. Paradigm science is what scientists do. They create stories to try to explain those facts that they discover, explain them to laymen. And many times paradigms are wrong. Mm-hmm. And paradigms are particularly susceptible to being politicized. And that's what's happened. There's a lot of money in this addiction treatment industry. Mm-hmm. Well, but the truth is, I think what we ought to do, and this is, a lot of reformers are for this, we really ought to turn back the clock. What we need to do is go back to the way drugs used to be managed prior to the late 19th century when the disease model started building steam. Basically, people were free to consume anything they wanted, but then they had to bear the consequences for their misbehavior. Legal sanctions were limited and applied when your use impaired the safety or comfort level of other people, jeopardized other people's safety. Then there were legal sanctions. There's very little drama about drug abuse then.
That's right. We're speaking with Dr. Michael Reznicek, MD, author of Blowing Smoke, Rethinking the War on Drugs Without Prohibition and Rehab. You can find out more about the book at his website, drrez.com. That's drrez.com. And, you mentioned the junk science that leads people to, come up with this paradigm of the addiction model, or the disease model of addiction. Can you go into a little detail on why that science is so incorrect, and give us some talking points as to how we would talk to someone who's a proponent of this disease model?
Sure. Well, one of the things that neuroscience has been able to uncover is that drug use, especially heavy drug use, begins to make some changes in the brain. Changes such as tolerance, where you have to use more of a drug to get the same effect, withdrawal symptoms if you quit using abruptly after using for many years, and even craving. All of these things can be imaged in the brain. So advocates of the disease model say, ha, look at that. There's changes in the brain, therefore it's a disease. But listen, all habits make changes to the brain. It doesn't matter if you play a musical instrument every day, you're going to make changes to that part of the brain. If you deliver cocaine or marijuana to your brain every day, you're going to develop other changes in the brain. These are normal changes. Diseases involve abnormal changes, habits, and that's what drug abuse is. It's a habit. Habits involve normal brain changes. They're predictable and expected.
One of the talking points that we'll hear from the other side about the need to keep drugs prohibited, marijuana prohibited, is what about the children? What about the teenagers that are going to try to do drugs, and they'll say, prohibition keeps the price high, keeps it out of kids' hands, which we know it doesn't. But what would you recommend as far as moving forward away from this disease model and this war on drugs model to address those fears?
Well, last time I checked, there were a lot of children using drugs already. And of course, we should prevent that. We should have drug prohibition for children. We need to treat all drugs, I think, just like alcohol, and have prohibition for children. One of the problems of the disease model is it tends to professionalize this problem, okay? We have law enforcement professionals who try to keep people from selling drugs, and we have medical professionals who try to keep people from consuming drugs. I've had people come into my office tell me about their spouse or their children abusing drugs or alcohol. And I ask them, well, what have you done? And they say, well, I'm not a doctor. It's that kind of a mentality. People are disempowered. Everything has been shifted over to the professionals. And so if we got rid of the disease model, I'm certain people would feel empowered. They'd intervene much more early in a substance abuser's career and deliver the kinds of what I call embedded cultural controls that would actually manage the drug problem.
I've been in these rooms, I've been in these meetings, these AA type meetings, 12-step meetings, where first I'm always struck by the irony of the cigarette smoke and the massive amounts of coffee in these anti-drug sort of places. But I seem to have found, at least in my opinion, that some of the people involved in these 12-step groups and in this ideology develop almost an addiction to the rehab as much or possibly worse for them than their original use of alcohol or marijuana or other drugs. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think, we all develop addictions or habits to a lot of different things. But one of the big things about the disease model is the effect it has on substance abusers. They really develop a kind of sick role mentality, a helplessness and dependency. They begin to take on the identity of a substance abuser. They only circulate and socialize with other substance abusers. And that's part of prohibition, and that's horrible. But I once had a patient who came onto my psychiatric ward from the emergency room, and I looked at him and he said, well, my treatment hasn't worked yet. And this was his 10th admission for substance abuse. His treatment hadn't worked yet. That kind of passivity and dependency is fomented by the disease model, but it's complete nonsense. People can change themselves. And what we're talking about here, and what I talk about in my book, is we don't need to push abstinence. That's not what we're doing. We just need to push responsible behavior, responsible consumption, and everybody can do that.
That's right.
I work in the prisons, and most of my patients, 95% of them, were very severe addicts, but they were quitting all the time. Maybe their girlfriend told them to quit, maybe their parents told them to quit, or they ran out of money, or they had some guilt about how they were living. Addicts quit all the time for various periods. They typically go back, but there's just way too much drama connected with this disease model.
Yeah. We're speaking with Dr. Michael Reznicek, the author of Blowing Smoke, Rethinking the War on Drugs Without Prohibition and Rehab. Again, check out the website, drrez.com, drrez.com. Another part of this drug war that seems, endemic to it, and the statistics bear it out, is the racism involved in this from the beginning of it to our current, NYPD statistics. Any thoughts on how this disease model is intertwined with this racism?
Well, the roots of the disease model, as you know, and the roots of prohibition, the disease model and prohibition are very closely connected through history. But back in the temperance movement of the 19th century, it was really a moral issue. Your body was the temple of the Holy Spirit, and you shouldn't imbibe and ruin your body and have a spiritual violation. Then it moved to, the whole drug war and drug prohibition that, like Harry Anslinger was pushing at the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. This was all aimed at minorities and immigrants. Heavy, and it gained steam. People like that. He knew how to appeal to the population. But with the UN Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs, which is the legal document that most countries now use to wage federal drug wars, and we do too, it shifted it from race baiting to concerns about health. And if you read that single convention, it's all about the disease model. It's enough to make you gag.
Yeah, no kidding. As we have moved forward in drug law reform, one of the biggest successes that our side points to is the 1996 Compassionate Use Act in California and the subsequent adoption of medical cannabis statutes and, in some cases, constitutional amendments in now 16 states in the District of Columbia. Do you see that medical model feeding into this disease model or leading us away from it?
Well, that's a good point. I think that the medical marijuana initiatives, these are a step in the right direction. At least they're beginning to open it up a little bit. But I do have a little bit of a concern about some of the harm reduction movements, like the DPAs, where they want to take, legalize drugs and get rid of all the violence of the black market. And that's true, it would do that. But take all that money we save, and Jeffrey Myron of Harvard puts that at about $77 billion a year. Take that money and put it into more rehab, more prevention services. And I tell you, I'm a little concerned about that because of all the enabling that the disease model does. And, Portugal, they've made some great strides by decriminalizing everything, but they still have a heavy, huge addicted class that they're having to deal with. Much of the violence is gone. They have fewer substance abusers or users, but they still have
I'm sorry, we've lost Dr. Reznicek on our connection, but I want to thank him for joining us here on Normal Show Live, and we'll be back in touch with him as soon as we can. Again, the book is Blowing Smoke, Rethinking the War on Drugs Without Prohibition and Rehab, and you can get more information on that by visiting his website at drrez.com, drrez.com. When we come back, hopefully Skype will be back, and we'll be speaking with Emil Visser from Normal South Africa. You're listening to Normal Show Live, Voice of the Marijuana Nation. Stick around.
You're listening to Normal Show Live, the voice of the Marijuana Nation.
Georgia. Hi, this is Willie Nelson, and I need your help. Our marijuana laws are terribly unfair, and they make criminals out of law-abiding citizens. Nearly 2,000 Americans are arrested every day on marijuana charges, and we are unfairly destroying the lives and careers of hundreds of thousands of people simply because they smoke marijuana. These are not criminals. They are average citizens like you, good neighbors who work hard, raise families, pay taxes, and contribute to their communities. And it's time we stopped arresting responsible marijuana smokers. We need your help to end marijuana prohibition once and for all. It's the fair thing to do.
For more information, contact NORML, the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. Call toll-free 888-67-NORML or visit their website at norml.org.
Marijuana and alcohol are the two most popular recreational drugs in America. Marijuana smoking is non-toxic, relatively safe, and has a low risk of dependence. Alcohol drinking is potentially fatal, dangerous to society, and is quite addictive. Marijuana is safer, so why are we driving people to drink? That's the question of the new book, Marijuana is Safer, So Why Are We Driving People to Drink? By Paul Armentano, Mason Tvert, and Steve Fox. Visit Amazon.com or ChelseaGreen.com today to order your copy of Marijuana is Safer, or visit MarijuanaIsSafer.com.
Will I land, come down from the clouds, put my feet on the ground, step out of this dream. Home seems so far away from where I am today, and I don't care what people say, I'm just living day to day. Don't you know that I'm stoned?
effects of marijuana prohibition are felt by all Americans in every walk of life, regardless of race, creed, color, religion, social status, wealth, gender, sexual orientation, or even one's use or non-use of marijuana. As the marijuana smokers lobby, NORML hears the stories of these average Americans and brings them to the attention of our policymakers and our fellow citizens in this segment we call NORML Newsmakers.
Good morning, Russ, or should I say good afternoon in America. How are you doing, Russ? Can you hear me, Russ? It's about 3 a.m., eh? This side. It's still dark this side.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes, just like I'm online for change. We're doing a second roadshow in Cape Town. We have had a first successful roadshow in Johannesburg in December, and we're doing a screening of what if cannabis cures cancer. So I've taken the screening, and I'm taking it on a roadshow trip and featuring it at niche art cinemas or theaters. And Thursday we're doing a screening, what if cannabis cures cancer, and I've got Jules Stops of the Dachau couple that's busy fighting the fight in the front lines. He's going to have half an hour to speak. I'm doing a half an hour speech as well, and the documentary is an hour. So we've got that on Thursday, and then 2 weeks' time, at the 9th of February, we've got the union as well. So we're busy lining up documentaries and doing screenings, and I'm going to try and do some education on the road, see how it goes. So far, the response has been excellent.
Excellent. All right. Well, for folks that want more information on this, the website for NORML South Africa is normal.org.za or ZA. normal.org.za for more information. It's the South African Documentary Roadshow, and I'm just looking at your website right now. Very nice looking site. And excuse me for that. I've got a piece of software that refuses to die over here on the other machine, but keeps warning me that we can't hear you, but we can hear you just fine. So the website is great, normal.org.za, and the South African Roadshow is up there. You can get tickets on the web through webtickets.co.za. And this is the second year you've done this. How was the response the first year?
I won't say the first year, but we had a first screening in December, and we had a picnic under the stars at the Jazz Farm. It was an excellent evening, and we had an applauding success. So after that, I decided to come to Cape Town and set it up here. So I've been here for 3 weeks now in Cape Town, and been setting up relations and getting people going and getting the culture in Cape Town going. And I decided to have Cape Town as the basis for the Global Marijuana March South Africa, which is the 10th annual Global Marijuana March for South Africa as well. So that's the pipelines for May.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing here. And there it goes again. Sorry about that. The road show is showing what if cannabis cured cancer and other documentaries. Now, the venue here, am I getting this right? In Cape Town, it's at the Labia Theater.
It's a very liberal theater, yes.
Okay.
It's a very cannabis-friendly theater, and they have been excellent. They've been excellent in supporting us in getting this up and running. They've given us a slot basically every 2 weeks. So they will be doing a cannabis feature film or a feature documentary, and NORML South Africa will be supporting and setting it all up. So basically, we want to have a national footprint of where you can go watch a documentary at your closest theatre or venue. And the NORML Roadshow this year will go national.
Oh, this is great. I mean, we've got What If Cannabis Cured Cancer showing on the 26th of January. It's only 50 Rand for those who want to see it there at the Labia Theater in Cape Town. And then on February 9th, we've got The Union, the business behind Getting High, showing there, also at the same theater for 50 Rand. So looks like you got a lot of great shows that are coming up here. All right, so Emil, I'm going to end the call here because we seem to have some connection problems. But I appreciate you for getting up early in the morning to talk to us, and I want to encourage everyone to check out normal.org.za for the information on NORML South Africa. It's got a great website, a lot of facts, good videos that are up there, and information for all the folks in the southern part of the African continent who want to get involved in ending marijuana prohibition. This is a worldwide fight, and we need chapters all over the world to make this possible. It's only going to change when the people demand it, and being a NORML chapter is a large part of making that happen. Already this month, I've received a request from Ireland to get a chapter started there. We've got some requests coming from some more of the European countries as well. So we're really excited here at NORML to make the international presence known. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll finish out the hour. Stick around. You're listening to NORML Show Live, the voice of the Marijuana Nation. The law offices of Omar Figueroa would like to remind you to stand up for your rights. Please do not give up your precious liberties. There's nothing wrong with standing up for our constitutional rights, and in fact, it's the only way to honor the Constitution that recognizes our natural rights. Treat law enforcement with respect and respect the Constitution by standing up for your rights. If you are detained or arrested, stand up for your rights by repeating, "I respectfully invoke all my legal and constitutional rights. I do not consent to any search and seizure. I want to remain silent, and I want to speak to my attorney, Omar Figueroa." Omar Figueroa has more than a decade of experience in federal and California courts and graduated from Yale University, Stanford Law School, and Trial Lawyers College. Please contact the law offices of Omar Figueroa at 415-489-0420 or 707-829-0215 or on the web at www.omarfigueroa.com.
Mars is the next logical step in our space program. It's the challenge that's been staring us in the face for the past 30 years. It has water.
Music from Symphony of Science there. Welcome back. NORML Show Live. We got about a minute and a half here before we call it the end of the day. Hanging out with Ganja John here in the studios.
What's up, Russ?
Just chilling, dealing with software bugs, but that's the way it goes. We got all sorts of stuff coming up on the NORML Network later on tonight. It's our Texas night on the NORML Network. At 6 o'clock, you get Drug Truth Network with Dean Becker from Houston, Texas. You got 2 half-hour podcasts, Century of Lies and the Cultural Baggage Show. And then at 7 o'clock, the debut of our new Texas podcast, Canna Truth's Reefer Rhetoric, which is actually also 2 podcasts, a short Canna Truths podcast and a Reefer Rhetoric podcast, both coming at you from Waco, Texas. Then at 8 o'clock tonight, another live edition of A Different View with Jen, Iva, and Sarah with another great guest from the NORML Women's Alliance. So check that out. Coming up later on tonight on the NORML Network. You can always find all of our schedules and all the information for all the shows and the downloads for the podcast feeds. Find those at our audio video department at normal.org/AV. Coming up in hour 2, we're going to take your calls at 971-533-7111 and talk some more about some of the stories in the news that we haven't gotten to yet. We'll talk more about that GPS decision. We'll talk about some pharmaceuticalization warnings, pharmaceuticalization warning coming from GW Pharmaceuticals, and my example of the local drug-free workplace. You got to see this picture I took over the weekend. It's kind of funny. All that and more coming up on Hour 2 here at Toker Talk Radio. For Ganja John and Cannabis Carry, I'm Radical Russ. Thanks for joining us. And until next time, take care of each other, tokers.
This is NORML Show Live, the voice of the Marijuana Nation.
You take a seed, you plant it, you grow it, you dry it, you roll it, you smoke
listening to the Normal Network, where the time is 4:20, 24/7, 365.
All right, folks, 5 o'clock Pacific time. That means it's time for Toke or Talk Radio. You can toke, you can talk, you can toke or talk, you can toke and talk. You can talk about toke while we talk about toke and toke while we talk.
Mouthful.
We can do it all, man, because we're professionals.
That's true, we are professionals. That's why I rolled in here about 16 minutes late.
Because he can handle that, man.
We can do it.
So, Ganja John's got something special in the old nug jar, I can see.
I do.
Let's see if I can get you a focus shot on this.
Here. Let's try this again.
There we go. There, up a bit. There we go. A little bit of herbology going on here. What strain we got there?
I don't know. Submix.
Submix is
all
what we'll call
TGA
it.
Seeds mix.
A TGA Seeds mix. Well, it's got to be good.
It's like mostly orange velvet, which is kind of my daytime pot.
Yeah.
I smoked a lot of hash oil today, and then I went to a rock store.
A rock store? Oh, that's right. That's the other thing you have to. It's like show and tell day today.
Oh yeah.
With Ganja
I
John. Let me
that.
pull up this camera for you. You can't get this anywhere on Earth, man. Well, I guess you did get it somewhere on Earth, but I mean, it's not from Earth.
On Earth.
It's not from Earth.
Here, you can read about
It's
the
alien, man.
I don't know what I did with it. Little piece of rock.
Well, don't lose it. Is it right there on the corner of the
Oh,
basket?
yeah,
There you
here
go.
it
All right.
Don't lose it. Don't lose the space, man.
Don't lose your chunk of space. This is from the Gran Chaco Gualamba, Chaco, Argentina, found in 1576. It's an iron octahedrite with silicate inclusions of about 1,400 pounds, was brought to Buenos Aires and was later given to Sir Woodbine Parrish, who presented it to the British Museum. So basically, what you got here is a chunk of an asteroid.
Chunk of space rock, man.
Chunk of space rock. Analysis of the metal, 6.62% nickel, 50 parts per million. Oh, I'm not going to read the rest of it because I've forgotten my periodic table.
Right.
I'm like, it's got this much Ga and this much Gi. I think I forgot which one Ga and Ge are. Oh, my nerd cred has fallen.
I'm going to try and get the ocularis to cut a piece of it off and put it in the pupil of my eye. Because I'm going in for a shine up and a resize thing. So
yeah, I'm noticing it's not fitting right.
Yeah, my face is changing
because you're losing weight and all, right?
Right. Yeah.
So you this is like, most people have fat jeans and skinny jeans. Right. You got like a fat.
Yeah, I know. I need to go in and add some, lose some, add some, lose some.
That's wild.
Yeah, right.
That's wild.
It's super wild. Think about it.
You got a fat eye and a skinny eye. The phone number here is 971-533-7111 if you want to get involved with the fun. You got Cannabis Carrie hanging out there on the line as well, who's thrilled and excited about our LA trip possibilities here.
Oh, yeah. I'm freaking out. It's going to be so much fun.
Going to be good times.
Yeah, you know how I love to be a tourist. And you said that where we were staying was a 10-minute drive or a 40-minute walk?
It's like a 10-minute drive. It's at 222 South Central Avenue in Los Angeles, and the event is at 1205 West 5th. So, yeah.
Well, I was more curious about the walk because a 40-minute walk was about the distance we were away from the hotel to the event in Seattle, I believe, or maybe it was in San Francisco.
Yeah, San Francisco.
In San Francisco, which was wonderful. But I wonder, what do you have to walk through in LA for those 40 minutes?
It's right.
I don't know the area.
It's underneath. Yeah, it's like one of the freeway. It's like near the freeway overchanges and stuff. So it might be a drive.
Mm-hmm. All right.
It might not be a good walking thing. It might be. Yeah. Roland Reverend says, don't walk in that neighborhood.
Yeah, see, that's what I was kind of curious to ask the people that are down there. Because, I love to walk around and I love to be a tourist.
We got all kinds of places that we can go, Carrie. I got a list of touristy things to do.
We're going to send Ganja John out with a bunch of red and blue bandanas all over himself.
Yep.
Just to see which ones get to him first. Bloods and Crips first. Who gets them first? Right?
I'm a Blood all the way.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
You're not on the Crip side with Snoop Dogg?
Crips.
You're not. The Snoop Dogg's Crip, isn't he?
So whoop.
What up? All right. So, yeah, we'll be there in Los Angeles.
So John's offending people.
Like the 7th through the 13th, like the whole week after the Super Bowl, we'll be in L.A. We're going to do shows.
I'm going to go to comedy shows those nights.
Oh, hell yeah, you will. Hell yeah, you will. On the Monday, we'll be driving down there, so there won't be a normal show live on Monday the 6th? Yeah. But the 7th, we should be in LA, and if I get there in time, we'll set up in the 7th and the 8th. And
set up in the condo.
We'll set up in the condo and do live shows. See who we can drag in to do a live show with us.
Wow. See, this is news to me. I did not know this stuff. I'm glad you're telling me now since I'm going to have to, get work off and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have to
just
do that.
work.
Yeah, it's just work.
Is there anybody going down just for the weekend, though?
There are quite a few people. There are a couple people going down. Most people are flying. I think Kaliko, we're going to have to try to find some way to fund a one-way ticket for Kaliko if we want his help down there that weekend, because I'm sure he can't take off the whole week of school.
Sure.
But he could probably fly down Friday and then drive back with us on
Get
Monday,
a motherfucking job. He could do that.
There's also we're also running the NORML booth while we're there. We are it, so this will be fun. We get to be the first official NORML appearance in Southern California of 2012, and we get to run the booth. So
it's gonna be fun.
We'll need some volunteers. So if you're interested in volunteering, helping us out at the High Times Cannabis Cup in LA, second weekend of February, send me an email, stash@norml.org, and say MedCan Cup volunteer or something.
Yeah.
But understand that with great power comes great responsibility.
Yeah.
As Peter Parker's uncle once said.
Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben, that's right.
Yeah.
Not the Wild Rice guy.
No.
The different Uncle Ben. But yeah, this is true. I mean, if you're going to volunteer for us, I mean, it really means
it's a huge commitment.
Putting in some time. We're going to sit you at that booth. You're going to sell stuff and talk to people. So be ready for that. Yes, and in answer to one of Pookie's emails here, yes, I got the email about Starwood. I'll be out at Starwood in Pomeroy, Ohio. What is it, like the 10th through the 20th or the 16th? Yeah, 10th through the 16th of July. I'll be out there at the end, but I might go there earlier. I don't know. It's a camping thing. It might be kind of fun camping out there.
That would be pretty interesting.
Yeah,
See, now that's the kind of event you need to take me along to. Come on now.
Yeah.
I'm the camper.
Yeah.
The festival camper,
That's
no
true.
less.
That's true. Well, we could. It's still a ways away.
I'll
Pookie.
get you through it. I'll walk you through it.
Pookie, I can't make it out there without Carrie. We're gonna have to get a ticket for Carrie.
Nice.
For now on, that's my new fee is plane tickets for me and at least one other person.
Yeah.
We'll take Carrie on this one. We'll take John on that one.
I don't want to go camping ever.
You want to do the camping one?
No.
All right. I'm going.
I would love the entire crew to somehow make it to the Big Apple sometime in 2012.
See what we can do about that. That'd be a lot of fun.
It would be fun if we could do the Boston Freedom Rally and then do some kind of event in New York. I mean, they've got all kinds of great events over there.
Well,
what?
I was actually, Nikki and I were thinking about just going this summer probably because Danny offered us, after the bong was broken at my house, he offered us free tours of the High Times office.
Oh,
so I mean, there's an excuse to go to New York.
That's a great
and
excuse.
see,
Any
and
excuse
see the
will
Book
do.
of Mormon.
Yeah. Oh, I want to see that so bad. That'd be good. But other travel things coming up. March 9th, I just got confirmed at the James Baker III Public Policy Institute at Rice University in Houston, Texas. They were having a day-long seminar, a day-long conference, and this conference is called "The War on Drugs Has Failed. Is Legalization the Answer?" And the guy who came up with the title, some of the other people on his board said, "Don't you think that's a little controversial? The war on drugs has failed." And he said, no, the war on drugs has clearly failed. So I'll be at that conference, which is cool. And I'll be there with guys like Irv Rosenfeld and Ethan Nadelman and those folks. But the real cool thing is something I've been waiting for my whole career, the opportunity to take out a real live, dyed-in-the-wool, flesh and blood prohibitionist on stage. I will be on stage debating Kevin Sabat, the former senior policy advisor to Gil Kurlikowski, the drug czar, from 2009 to 2011. You see him on TV all the time. There's a video of him debating Alan St. Pierre that's up pretty recently, right? So that's the guy. So I get to take him on March 9th.
That is amazing, Russ, for you.
Now,
that's going to be fun.
I got a note back from one of the guys who's bringing this out, the official invitation. And he was kind of pointing out, what a serious thing this is, and the Baker Institute is very serious and all that. And was trying not to offend me, as he told me that they won't be promoting me as Radical Russ, and they won't be using any pictures with me in my hemp hat. And I was like, not offended at all. Radical Russ is like Stephen Colbert. right? It's a show thing, right? It's a brand for a TV. It's a brand for a radio show. It's a brand for a TV thing, right? But Russ Belville, the public policy analyst, that's this guy without the hat. That's this guy with a suit jacket on. And I assured him that, oh, don't worry, I clean up real nice. I clean up real nice. So this is going to be a good thing. Going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to do it. All right.
I'd love to get down to see that one live.
Yeah. And now the other one for 420, I'm starting to get requests for 420, might be San Antonio with San Antonio NORML. So I'll go to Texas like 2 months in a row. Be kind of interesting. We'll see.
I think Doug Benson's going to be in town on 420, so if anybody wants to come around Portland, I should be around.
Yeah.
I was going to try and make it a tradition to go to Denver on 420, but it sounds like we're just going to go to the Cup, so.
Yeah.
Why go again?
All right. Well, let us know if you got something happening. I'm having trouble speaking. If you have something happening for your 420 celebrations, let us know here at stash@normal.org, and we'll spread the news. We got a caller calling in here. Let me see if I can pull this up on our Skype. Make sure it doesn't make any buzzing noises again. But caller calling in from the 360 area code. You're on the air with Toker Talk Radio. What's on your mind?
I had a question. I've been hearing a lot about the California Cannabis Cup coming up, and we're from Vancouver across the river, and we're wondering if we need to get cards for California to have access to medicine down there, or what's best?
Yeah, you'll need to get your California recommendation when you get down there.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
if
it
you
could be
let-
an expensive
That's the
trip, but it
that's the
sounds like it'll
short
be worth it.
that's the short answer. That's the short answer. Yes,
Yeah, I
you
was
need to
gonna
get your
say.
card. The long answer is maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe just be nice.
Maybe.
Maybe. People are fairly kind.
Maybe. People are really nice.
But
No,
here's
come
the thing.
say hi.
It's like if you can afford it and you already qualify in Washington, there's no doubt that you can get yourself. a
Well,
rec
yeah,
in
there's
California.
absolutely no doubt. And there's some places you can do it for $40.
Yeah.
You know.
That's what I was hoping for, something like that.
Yeah, it's really not a huge deal.
Okay. And I'm looking forward to hearing Russ debate a prohibitionist. That should be awesome.
I'm looking forward to it too because the ability to do Oppo research on this guy is so easy because he's got. I kind of feel sorry for him because I shouldn't actually because I can go to the web and find a million videos of him and he can go to the web and find a million of videos of me. So we'll know each other pretty well.
You're pretty well documented.
Yeah,
too.
I guess so. Maybe not on C-SPAN like he is, but
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks, guys.
You're from just across the river in Vancouver?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should come down and hang out. What's up, man?
I will. I've
shoot
always
me a
wanted
text.
to. Everyone's told me I should. I've been listening to you guys for a couple of years, and I approached you once at a march, I think, and gave you some cookies or something. But
Come again, man. I'm an
hang out.
entirely approachable dude. Russ sits in the basement all the time, but I'm always hanging out.
yeah, you won't
so.
find me anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm like a troll in my cave. But no, hey, we have a couple of couches here in the studio. If you're ever in town, run it through Ganja John, coordinate that. That kind of what he does is coordinate people and stuff. So
couch coordinator.
Couch coordinator. There we go. That's another title for you.
And I'm always good to hang out, and I've met some of my best friends who are just fans of the show, who eventually just hang out eventually. And we're super approachable, so come by anytime.
I will. Thanks, guys.
All right. See you.
Yep. Yeah, anybody who if you're in town, if you're in the Portland area and you want to catch a live taping here of the show, it's real laid back, man. This is just hanging out in the basement, the man cave, if you will.
Yeah,
the
total
big screen
man
TV
cave.
and lots of strains.
It's a very good place to pass out too.
It's a good. That's happened a few times. As a matter of fact. And also, we are setting up Amsterdam. We're working on this. If Rolla J's listening. I went out and priced out your board, that big 32-channel monster, 32 by 8 monster, and I went to talk to a couple of different pawn shops to see what we could do as far as trade out for other gear, right?
Right.
None of them even want to touch it.
Yeah, they
and
don't want it.
I'm like, but it's pristine, it's great. And he goes, yeah, but it's just too big.
Yeah.
It's like trying to bring one of your big like Coachman tour buses and unloading it at a used car lot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
They're like, well, it's great, but we can't unload that, So we're still working on getting that, but they had some good mic deals there. $50 for SM58. So
yeah, that was a good deal. I'm looking at some other places, checking around Craigslist. I know some people who do sound engineering at
there
churches.
we go.
And churches are especially these new age wacky,
mega churches.
Mega churches. They're looking for 50, 60 channel boards sometimes. So.
Yeah.
They might need something like that.
Well, that's what we'll have to do. We'll have to do that and the Craigslist thing. So we're going to get it all together because there's so much fun going on at Amsterdam.
There's a lot of stuff goes on.
It must be captured.
Yeah.
And some of it put into evidence.
Yeah, probably. The State's Exhibit A.
State Exhibit A.
Ustream.com/Ganja John.
Hey, wait a minute. Stereotype said that I can't be a troll because trolls have hair.
I love it.
All right. What else? Troll is the only thing I could subtract. Orc? I don't know.
Orc?
I don't know what I'm going to be now. You ruined it. Ruined it all. I don't know what I'm going to do. All right, let me go to a couple of stories here that I had to follow up on. One was the petition in Missouri. Remember we had that guy on, John Payne, in Hour 2 on Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Well, over the weekend, turns out that the city of St. Charles remembered the First Amendment. They remembered there's a First Amendment. Somebody pointed out to them. This comes from the Freedom Center of Missouri. They said, in response to pressure from the Freedom Center of Missouri, St. Charles City Attorney Mike Valenti announced this morning that the city will drop charges against 2 petition circulators who were cited last weekend for gathering signatures on city's public sidewalks. Of course, they're with Show Me Cannabis regulation. 2 police officers approached the petition circulators, issued them citations for soliciting without a permit, and confiscated some of the petitions, which included approximately 50 signatures. Acting on behalf of the volunteers, the Freedom Center of Missouri insisted that the First Amendment required the city to drop the charges, return the seized petitions, and to destroy any copies the police had made of those petitions. The city has agreed to comply. So good news there for our activists in Missouri. An extra bonus on this, Freedom Center of Missouri has the coolest URL. MoFreedom.org.
MoFreedom.
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 MoFreedom.org. You just got to sign on to MoFreedom.
We need MoFreedom.
MoFreedom. Love it. That's great.
That. That's awesome.
And then I gotta put this other picture up. Let me see if I can get this. I wonder if I saved it in the funny pictures here in my folders. But there's this convenience store that is nearby where we work here. It's the Jacksons.
Yeah.
And it's a chain that's all over like Intermountain West and Pacific Northwest and so on. So there's Jacksons all over the place. Well, this Jacksons, I've been going there for ever since I've lived here. It's just a block away, and I usually get a soda during the day. See, here's my Jackson soda, right? And they've got a sign there that says drugs don't work at Jacksons. Drugs don't work at Jackson's. Drug-free workplace, right? Committed to a drug-free workplace because, by God, the guy selling you the Junior Mints and the Slim Jims and filling your gas tank, we can't have him smoking a joint on the weekend.
Oh, God, no.
Something terrible would happen, right? So drugs don't...
Just a side note, I've smoked weed in that parking lot.
Oh,
and, they totally work at Jackson.
Yeah. Drugs don't work at Jackson's, right? The drugs seem to work just fine. But, and the other thing about this Jackson's is I get to meet all the young folks that work there in their little gas station attendant jobs. Now, folks out of state, you don't know, here in Oregon, we can't pump our own gas. We have to have an attendant pump the gas for you. So this creates a lot of jobs for people that might, not otherwise have jobs. Anyway. So, drug-free workplace, drugs don't work at Jackson's. So I go to the Jackson's one time, and this was a year ago, maybe 2, and a bunch of the regulars who regularly work there weren't there. And I'm like, well, what happened? Oh, they got fired, man. Well, why'd they get fired? Well, they did an audit, and like $1,800 turned up missing. I'm like, oh? So what, they caught these people stealing? No. Oh, so what happened? Well, since there was stuff missing, they ordered everyone to take a random drug test, and those 3 guys failed the random drug test, and so they lost their jobs. Okay, what does this have to do with people stealing? What does this have to do? What is the assumption here is? Oh, $1,800 are missing. A drug user must have took it.
Yeah,
a drug user. So 3 people lost their jobs because some asshole was a thief and was stealing from the company. We don't know if it was them or not.
Yeah.
But let's get rid of them anyway because we can, right? So let me bring you this picture. I went to the Jacksons this weekend, and I was struck by the display. Now, I'll see if I can get this full screen here for you and show you what I'm talking about. But this is quite amazing for me. I'm going to get that apostrophe out of the name. Because the drugs don't work at Jackson sign, you cannot see it anymore because it is obscured by a new Marlboro display that is in its way. Now, I've kind of got a little yellow banner pointing at it. I don't know how well you can see it, right? You can see the kid at the register there, and the kid at the register. And if you look to the left, you can see all the Marlboros, and then right where that arrow is on the far right, that's pointing to the drugs don't work at Jackson sign, which you cannot see now. You used to be able to see it, but you can't see it now because they've put an extra extension on the wall display to hold another, 4 or 5 new brands of Marlboros that they just came out with. So you can't see the drugs don't work at Jackson sign because of all the drugs in the way of it. Because there's freaking drugs in the way of it. And that doesn't even go into account of all the 5-hour energy pill shots and the yellow jackets and the extends pills that are on the counter right in front of the kid. And it doesn't count the beer cooler and the wine cooler and the malt liquor cooler that they got in the back right behind us either. Drug-free workplace, my ass.
What do you think about a break? Because I apparently took mine early.
I think drugs do work here. Let's make sure.
They sure do.
We'll be right back.
It's 20 after the hour, and we have to take a short break, if you know what I mean. Please support these sponsors who support NORML Show Live.
Oh, have you ever met that funny reefer man? A reefer man. Have you ever met that funny reefer man? A reefer man. If he said he swam to China, he would sell you South Carolina. Then you know you're talking to that reefer man.
Hi, I'm Radical Russ. One of the best things about marijuana is the wonderful aroma. But when you travel a lot like I do, that aroma becomes a suspicious smell. That's why I endorse stealth-products.com, the leaders in smell-proof containers. From smell-proof vacuum bags to smell-proof backpacks and duffel bags, all the way to smell-proof digital safes, stealth-products.com has you covered. Stealth-products.com brings you safe, secure, odorless layers of protection with activated carbon fiber. Backpacks and duffel bags are simple black so as not to attract attention with a logo or flashy design. Now, nothing is perfectly odor-controlled from the detection of drug dogs, but with proper vigilance, containers from stealth-products.com will help you avoid nosy humans.
You're now listening to Elliot Beats.
Stealth-products.com. Stealth-products.com. from the Hempilation. That's Big Sugar with Let Me Roll It. You're chilling out here at Toker Talk Radio with Radical Russ and Ganja John. Cannabis Carry in the virtual studio. Glad you could all be here. Thanks for supporting the NORML Network and all the work we're doing here. Hope you check out all of our shows. Remember, we've always got a new live show coming on the 8 o'clock hour. Tonight's a different view. We got Irie Island Hour on Wednesdays, Ganja John Show on Thursdays. We got NORML Rocks with Herb Thrasher on Fridays. And Herb is putting together some great shows. He's got some bands coming in. He's got some shows we're going to go to and get some live recordings of. Good stuff on the NORML Network. Make sure you're checking it out. And it's free. It's free. It's all free thanks to the donations of NORML supporters like yourself. Appreciate it very much. All right, more news from over the weekend that I was blogging on while watching football games and cleaning house. There was this article out of the Detroit Free Press, and there was the Committee for Safer Michigan. Safer, sensible, compassionate. I can never keep track. But anyway, the Committee for a Safer Michigan is kicking off their legalization campaign. And so this, of course, brings out the prohibitionists. Whenever you announce that we're going to legalize, somebody from Pushy has to get out. You know Pushy? Parents United for Safe, Healthy Youth. Pushy.
I like that.
Somebody from Pushy comes out, and the one from this Pushy is called the Tri-Community Coalition. And the executive director is Judy Rubin, and she says, "We say no to legalizing marijuana. Do we really want more harmful substances for our youth? We're already doing a pretty poor job with alcohol." And she said it just like that, by the way. Yeah, she said it just like that. Do we really want more harmful substances for our youth? Well, that depends. Do you mean more harmful substances, or did you mean more harmful substances? Because we know marijuana is not more harmful than alcohol, right? So we wouldn't be bringing a more harmful substance into the mix. As for it being a harmful substance, or bringing more harmful substances, well, okay. Marijuana use might not be healthful for most teenagers. You know, those without medical conditions might not be the best idea, but it's no more harmful than Red Bulls, 5-hour energies, and Starbucks Frappuccinos that we're not carding them for. But, you know, I just wanted to address this thing that she brought up. We hear this from the prohibitionists all the time when they say, we're doing a pretty poor job with alcohol. That's their excuse, right? We can't have another legal substance because look at how many problems we have with alcohol and tobacco. Now, never mind the fact that alcohol and tobacco are toxic and addictive and pot is not. Regardless, she's saying we're doing a pretty poor job with alcohol. So I decided, you know, let's take a look at what kind of job we're doing with alcohol, because it turns out when you look at the stats, we're doing a great job with alcohol. According to the 2010 National Survey on Drug Use and Health, since the beginning of the medical marijuana era, now that would be 1996 we're talking about, since 1996, binge drinking figures for 8th, 10th, and 12th grades have all dropped. Let me say that again. Since the beginning of the medical marijuana era, binge drinking figures, like that's 5 or more drinks in a sitting, within a 2-week period, right? Within a 2-week period, do these kids have 5 or more drinks at one time, binge drink? That has dropped for 8th graders, 10th graders, and 12th graders. It's dropped by a 5th for the 12th graders, pardon the pun. It's dropped by a quarter for the sophomores, and it's dropped more than a third for the 8th graders. So I'd say we're doing a pretty good job with alcohol. We're getting less kids binge drinking. I think we're doing a pretty good job. And we didn't have to arrest a single adult to do that, did we? And furthermore, if you take a deeper look into this, you take a longer look at this substance use by youth, we find that with both the legal drugs, both alcohol and tobacco, we're doing a pretty good job. At the peak of youth use rates in the 1970s, between like 76 and 79, among high school seniors only, now we're just counting 12th graders, 93% had tried alcohol. That's right, back in the late 70s, over 9 out of 10 high school seniors had at least tried alcohol, 93%. Over 75% in the late 1970s had tried tobacco. That's over 3 out of 4 high school seniors had at least tried smoking cigarettes. Or chew, I suppose. And 76 through 79, the peak of youth use of marijuana, 1978, over 60% had tried marijuana. All right, so late 70s for our frame of reference. 93% drinking, 75% smoking, 60% toking among high school seniors, lifetime use. Nowadays, thanks to a raise in the drinking age from 18 to 21 and strict ID card programs, the numbers now, 70% of seniors have tried alcohol, 43% have tried tobacco, 41% have tried marijuana. We went from 93 to 70 with drinking, from 75 to 43 with tobacco, and 60 to 41 with marijuana. So it would seem that we are actually doing a good job at reducing the amount of drug use, legal and illegal, by kids, by teenagers out there. Now, it's not like I'm out here trying to say it's a good idea for kids to smoke, drink, and toke. That's not the point. But the thing we do recognize is that these things exist in society. Any kid growing up is going to encounter them. It's going to happen sooner or later. Now, when our laws punish marijuana so severely, and when our schools drug test for marijuana, they're providing an incentive for the kid to choose the more harmful substances that aren't detected so easily. A hit of acid, a shot of tequila, a pill of ecstasy, a line of coke, and a syringe of heroin on a Friday night aren't going to turn up in the drug test on a Monday. But the joint on a Friday night could turn up for the whole rest of the week, maybe even 2. So it's time to get sensible about our drug laws here and to recognize reality and stop trying to hide behind this idea that we can ever possibly be a drug-free nation or that we'd even want to be a drug-free nation. I can't remember who said the quote, but you can be free or you can be drug-free, but you can't be both. It's impossible. Well, that holds true here, folks. That's absolutely true. All right, our phone number here is 971-533-7111. What's your opinion on this keeping drugs and alcohol out of the hands of the children? My God, what about the children? You have kids out there? Are you having any trouble keeping drugs and alcohol out of their hands? And do you think what we're doing now is helping? I mean, that's part of the point, too, and I'll be so glad to make this point when I'm with Kevin Sabat there at Rice University, is that any argument against legalization is, in a sense, an argument to keep doing what we're doing. And what we're doing isn't working. They'll even admit it. Now, a guy like Sabat, he tries to come off as being some sort of moderate. He'll try to say, well, no, of course we shouldn't lock up. We shouldn't lock up addicts. We shouldn't put people in long jail cells. We should find them treatment. Treatment, not prison. We should bring them treatment. We should get them rehab. And you know what, Dr. Resnicek, talking to him about this, you can see exactly why they want to do that. It's a revenue stream, of course. But we want treatment. We want to be the kinder, gentler drug warrior is the kind of thing I'm hearing. But look, if I get caught with weed and the sentence is, you must go to rehab, and I say, screw you, I'm not going to rehab, then what do I get? Jail cell. That's right. You get locked up just like anyone else. And when we've seen this report from the Drug Policy Alliance that also showed how the drug courts don't work, the drug rehabs tend to lead to worse consequences for some people because they end up in a situation where if they have just taken the plea in the first place and done time, they do less time than if they take the drug court, take the rehab, and then if they have a relapse, then they get a worse punishment than if they'd have just taken the plea in the first place, right? So there's a trick to this, right? The drug war rehab is just a gilded cage. It's just a nicer prison is all it is when you're forcing someone who does not require rehabilitation to get rehabilitation. Now, as Dr. Resnicek was saying on the interview, if someone's doing drugs and their drug use impels them to criminal behavior, now we're talking about something else. And there's a situation where I do think that rehab and drug courts could be helpful. The idea, like, the guy who's the meth addict who's, ripping copper off the bridges or something. And he's doing so because he's addicted to meth and he wants to get more meth. Let's see if we can get that guy some medical help. Let's not keep him out of jail for what he did for theft, though, right? Theft is theft. Got to do the time for the crime. I agree with that. But the drug use itself is not the crime. That's the problem. That's what I get so sick of. That's what John says.
That's what I say.
John says, hell yeah.
Hell yeah, son.
Typing away there.
Yeah, just typing away.
All right. So, welcome to Tucker Talk Radio. We're doing it live.
Doing it live.
All right.
I
So,
smoked a little too much hash oil this morning. I'm
What?
not gonna lie.
What?
Ganja mom was coming over, so I prepared myself a little bit. I'm happy to inform you all. The first thing she said when she got into my house was, "Wow, it's really clean." But
nice.
In a little bit of a condescending way.
like, I can't
Like a
believe it's
mom.
really clean
Yeah,
kind of thing.
Yeah, like a mom would. I kept the lights off. She couldn't see how dirty the floor was. There's weed everywhere.
I like that mom can be the excuse for like having to get real high.
Yeah.
It's like, well, of course I got really high.
Yeah,
my mom is coming over. You haven't seen Ganja Mom, have you?
No. Exactly.
She'll put them away, man.
Yeah.
She'll throw down with the best of them, man.
She had fun at the first High Times Cup.
Yes, she did.
That first medical cup.
They're not coming to L.A., are they?
Huh? No.
That'd be a lot of fun, actually.
Maybe San Francisco. She's pretty excited about going to San Francisco again.
Yeah. That's a good cup up there.
Yeah, it was fun.
Hey, for those of you who tuned in last Friday for the Dr. Grinspoon interview, the video is now up. If you want to catch the entire, it's like 50 minutes. We almost did we did a psychiatrist's hour.
Yeah.
The guy's a psychiatrist, so we did a full hour. He get his full hour for that.
Yeah.
Dr. Lester Grinspoon, medical marijuana pioneer, 84 years old, spoke to us for an hour. The video is now up on YouTube. Great stuff. I loved his stuff on Carl Sagan.
You know, he's big in our community, but he's big in the psychology community, too. First ever psychologist to prescribe lithium.
Yep, for bipolar.
Yeah.
He's the first guy to do that. You know, that's the thing. He transcends just our movement. Of course, everybody here knows him. Some of the younger folks may just know him from the strain name.
Right.
There's a Dr. Grinspoon strain out there.
Yeah.
There's a band called Grinspoon, and Dr. Grinspoon's son, David, is a noted astrobiologist.
Who is also a badass, by the way.
Yeah?
I don't know if you got to talk to him in Denver.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Absolute badass. Real cool guy.
Right on.
And works at that Natural History Museum in Denver as well.
Yeah. Right on. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, and that one of the things, and my wife said this, and I know Carrie said this at one time when we had talked about how we go to these events and you meet doctors and lawyers and scientists and researchers and authors and, you know, former cops and, you know, the last people in the world that people would stereotypically think are pot smokers, you know, whatever they want to think of us. But it's a real eye opener when you meet these people. It's like, wow, you know, it's just pot smoking is just a part of what we do. It's not who we are. It doesn't define us. It's
absolutely
a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
All right. So other thing I wanted to bring up on the blog that I've got at stash.normal.org. I wrote a post on a piece that came out of AP now, and I just saw it on the side in a inside page 2 sidebar on the Oregonian as well. So I know this is on the AP, and it's going all around. And it's talking about GW Pharma, and if you want to know more about GW Pharma, check out Cannabis Cures channel, because he's in Britain, and he does a lot of reporting on these guys. But GW Pharma is pushing forward with its clinical trials for a pharmaceutical developed from raw marijuana instead of synthetic equivalents, a mouth spray it hopes to market in the U.S. as a treatment for cancer pain, and hopes to see FDA approval by the end of 2013. Opponents and supporters of crude marijuana's effectiveness generally agree that more research is needed, and marijuana advocates fear that the government will use any new prescription products to justify a continued prohibition on marijuana use. And now here's the quote from Americans for Safe Access's Chris Hermes. To the extent that companies can produce effective medication that utilizes the components of the plant, that's great. But that should not be the exclusive access for people who want to be able to use medical marijuana. That's the race against time in terms of how quickly can we put pressure on the federal government to recognize the plant has medical use versus the government coming out with the magic bullet pharmaceutical pill, end quote. And this is the thing that frustrates me with Chris and ASA and people that think like this. The government already does recognize the medical use of the plant. I know, not schedule-wise. It's still Schedule 1. It's still, no medical uses, right? But they know, right? They're keeping up a facade with Schedule 1. But in their hearts, they know. They know. Now, despite these public pronouncements that you get from these drug warriors, the people that are involved in this can see with their own two eyes people with multiple sclerosis that can, their tremors stop when they smoke pot, or, they know the stories of chemotherapy patients who stop puking when they smoke pot. They know the glaucoma patients who can still see. I mean, the government's already growing and distributing the plant for its medical value to 4 remaining patients on the investigational new drug program. So it's not that the government doesn't recognize the medical use of the plant. It's that the government also recognizes, as the medical community sometimes refuses to recognize, the recreational use of the plant. Until the recreational use is legal, the government will always oppose the medical use of the raw plant, because they're going to say, well, it's fungible. It's fungible. Your medical marijuana could end up being someone's recreational marijuana, and they're going to continue to fight to put it in a pharmaceutical, in a pill, in a spray, in an inhaler, something they can control, something they can take the high out of, something they can point to and say, no, this isn't a drug of abuse or recreation. That's the way it's always going to go, and medical marijuana proponents need to start recognizing that they cannot win that fight. You cannot win that fight against Big Pharma, against GW Pharma, Pfizer, Merck. The fight has to be all of us pot smokers in it together for all of our use. That's the only way we can possibly win this. Only by legalizing recreational use of marijuana can the full medical use of the plant ever be attained. And that's that. Damn it. We got to take a break.
I got something very important to talk about when we get back. College football.
All right. We'll do a break and we'll be back with college football.
Starfish Designs, makers of the original Gandalf.
I'm Radical Russ, and when I want to relax, I always have my 17-inch long original Gandalf from Starfish Designs nearby. The hand-blown borosilicate glass is strong and easy to clean, and the design is sleek and sophisticated. Starfish Designs are available from Bend, Oregon at a glass retailer near you. For locations, call 541-788-GLASS. That's 541-788-4527.
Fire man that's speaking, and it's love that I'm preaching in the flow. Yeah. Yo, whatever. Love my sister this way. So we'll get together. Get some good vibes going. The unity, you know. In love and in harmony. Let us smoke this tree.
As Ziggy Marley with In the Flow. Welcome back here to Toker Talk Radio. Hanging out here.
Ziggy. Ziggy means small joint.
Does it?
Yeah. He was on Jimmy Fallon recently. He said his real name's not Ziggy.
What's his real name?
I don't know. But that was just his nickname. It means little joint. Like a pinner. Like what we call,
A ziggy
you know,
is a
like
pinner.
a small zigzag. A ziggy.
Oh, I gotcha.
Roll me up a
That makes
ziggy.
sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, want to remind everyone later on tonight, live from Roller J Studios, here we have A Different View with Jen, Iva, and Sarah. Guests tonight include Shelley Fox Loken from Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. She'll be live in studio. And then also we've got Angela from Occupy Portland. Is it Occupy Portland Healthcare? Just Occupy Portland. All right. She'll also be joining us on the show tonight, 8 o'clock Pacific, 11 o'clock Eastern Time. Check it out. It's also in association with the NORML Women's Alliance. So
You like how I dropped that little nugget of information right at the end there? I've been listening to terrestrial radio.
Yeah.
And I noticed top 40 stations, they don't have a lot of DJing anymore. But
Right.
between songs, they'll just drop some bullshit like, oh, so-and-so's trying to quit smoking. That's his New Year's resolution. Ah!
And then
they
you're
play
off.
the song.
Yeah. That's terrestrial
And
radio for you.
That just came out of my brain because I watched him on Jimmy Fallon a few months ago.
Very good. I like
That's
that.
right. Autism at work, guys. Autism at work.
I'm getting a note from Damon who tells us
Uh-oh.
Angela moms for marijuana and Shelley canceled tonight. It's on the chat room there. Mrs. Radical's not liking that. Well, I guess we'll figure that out on
You want
the,
me to be your guest? I'm sensitive to women's issues.
Yeah. We'll have got John on the show. All right, so you had college football news for us.
Yes. Chip Kelly announced last night that he was
Chip
going,
Kelly, Oregon Ducks
Oregon coach, yes, the only team I talk about.
Of course.
Me and Kalika were talking about it last night. We bet a little on it if he's going to go to the Bucks, and he ended up saying yes, he was going, but then changed his mind only minutes later, saying that he had unfinished business at Oregon.
Unfinished, what, national championship business?
No, probably the sanctions that he's going to get next year. Yeah, that sucks. But, honorable thing to do. Stick around. But we'll see what happens. And me and Kalika were talking about it last night, and I said the only way that you could convince me that the universe revolves around me is if Chip Kelly leaves and the coach from Boise State comes to Oregon.
That ain't happening.
I'm waiting for it.
That ain't happening.
I'm waiting for it. It would have been so funny.
No, you're not.
What would you have done if Green Bay not going to the Super Bowl and then that? I just want to know what would happen to you physically.
Oh, I could do
like aneurysm.
No,
or?
if Coach Pete left, that would be fine because some other coach would be in there and there'd still be blue turf. That would be fine. If they took the blue turf out, that might affect me. That would affect me more.
Okay.
Packers not hitting the Super Bowl and
losing. What if they hired like Rick Neuheisel or something from UCLA?
God, then somebody's obviously been taking the brown acid in that case.
Seriously, not the good acid.
No, you're not getting Coach Pete out of Boise. He loves it there. He's got his family there. Boise's the kind of place where people go to raise their kids and retire. It is one of those kind of towns for sure.
And celebrate white power.
No. That's that's much farther north. Much farther north. That's the northern Idaho thing. That's like 300 miles away.
Still, I like to give you crap.
Okay. I'll tell you, it was tough in the 90s because you remember 90s, Ruby Ridge went down.
Right.
And that whole thing. And there was a lot of attention in the media to the neo-Nazis up in the Aryan Nations compound up there. Southern Poverty Law Center finally bankrupted them with some lawsuits.
Yeah, they're broke. They're gone now.
They don't exist now. But this was a big thing back in the mid-90s. And this was when I was traveling all over the country. I was a database designer and consultant. And, corporate gig. That's where all this stuff comes from. And, inevitably, wherever I'd be, New York City, Chicago, Houston, wherever I'm at, I would say, well, where are you from? Well, I'm from Boise, Idaho. And the two things I would get was potatoes and Nazis.
Yeah.
Potatoes and Nazis. I'd always got that, man. So
You should have just carried a potato with a swastika in your pocket.
Nazi potatoes.
You'd just been like, yep.
Yep.
Just pull that out of your pocket.
Swastika
If they
potato.
asked you about the potatoes, it would have just been really weird. Yeah, it's got a swastika on it.
All potatoes in Idaho have swastikas.
Yeah.
You guys don't notice them when you get them in the restaurants.
Yeah.
We don't. Yeah.
They're mashed up.
They're mashed up by then. Turned into fries. You don't notice that. But every single Simplot potato comes out of Idaho.
Yeah.
Swastikas on them.
It was, picked out
It's
genetically.
the truth. You can look it up.
Yeah, Wikipedia.
I'm
changing it right now.
It's on Wikipedia. It must be true.
Going to amount to jack squat.
Yeah, probably not. Oh my goodness. So let's see. I had other thing to bring up here on the net, and we've also got Carrie there in the chat room still hanging out. I sure hope. Are you still there, Carrie? She'll find her mute button.
I'm still here.
Carrie will be in the studio later this week, folks.
Oh, you're coming to see?
Yeah, I'm hoping to be there Thursday and Friday. I hope. I was supposed to be there last week, but then there was that freak snowstorm, and I got all paranoid
That's
about
right.
driving.
Slushpocalypse 2012.
That's right. It was really snowy out here, though. We got a lot more than you guys got in there.
She had great pictures of her deck just covered in snow, and then the river.
Yeah,
in the
and
background.
I'm at like 8 feet. I would have had to go over the Coast Range, which has lots more snow.
Right. Elevation 8.
Something like that.
That is wonderful. All right. Coming up this week on the Normal Network, got all sorts of great guests that want to give you a clue about. So let me do that right now. Tomorrow, we've got Joseph Phillips joining us. Now, Joseph Phillips is involved with, I believe it's West Virginia, and they're doing like a 5K race, kind of one of those run on pot kind of things, support marijuana legalization with a 5K race. So we'll speak to Joe Phillips tomorrow. And also, do you know if Todd's on the road, or is he coming in tomorrow?
He's coming in tomorrow.
Fantastic. We'll have Todd Armstrong with another Todd's Toker topic. Then on Wednesday, as usual, we visit with Dr. Mitch Earlywine in our Cannabis Science segment, where you can call or chat in your questions for one of America's leading marijuana researchers. On Thursday, it's our Leap Thursday. Cops Say Legalize Drugs. And we'll be visiting with a former FBI agent named Mike, giving us his perspective.
Just Mike.
Well, there's a last name. I just have to go look it up, and I haven't.
Let's have it just Mike. I like it. It's mysterious.
Mike?
Just Mike.
Just Mike. Let me see. I'll get his name here.
Quote, unquote,
Mike Cahoe is his name. Mike Cahoe, retired FBI special agent. So we'll ask him if any of the other special agents are as hot as they are on Criminal Minds.
Oh,
I doubt
Criminal
it.
Minds
I
agents.
Doubt it.
I do doubt it.
Yeah. All right. And then Friday, we've got Cultivator's Corner. Danny Danko on Friday.
Seems like it's been forever since we've had a
It has been, because we missed him on the Friday that he was at Amsterdam.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
So Cultivator's Corner with Danny Danko coming up. And also, of course, you get the Danny Danko Free Weed Show at 6 o'clock on Wednesdays. He's been putting up new shows, so check that out. Later on today, in fact, right after this show, we've got Drug Truth Network with Dean Becker out of Houston, KPFA in Houston. And then 7 o'clock, our new show, Canna Truths Podcast out of Waco, Texas, deep in the heart of Texas. It's Texas Monday now. Both of our shows from Texas. That's pretty cool. And then A Different View live here at 8 o'clock. Make sure you join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're building up more sponsorships and more support here for the Normal Network. If you'd like to support us, go to our blog at stash.normal.org, and you can just check that out. It'll have it has a WePay donation feature where you can donate to the show online, be a part of making this the greatest marijuana show on the internet.
I think I figured something out. I think for the $42 level, you can, for $42, you can get Ganja John's phone number and bug him anytime you want for any reason, and he'll ignore you.
There you go.
But I'll give you my real phone number.
Yeah, he'll do it.
I will.
He's crazy.
I've said it on the air before. I don't care.
Yeah.
But now it costs money.
Yeah, Ganja John's the honey badger. He don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit.
I don't know. I hope the honey badger. I hope that the Packers pick up the honey badger in the draft somehow.
Yeah.
I would the honey badger should play in Wisconsin somewhere.
Yeah.
That should just be the way it goes. The Dr. Reznicek book. Oh my God, I got to get this book. I'm going to see if I can get a production copy of this, because he said all the right things to me, man. I can't tell you. Growing up in that whole AA, Al-Anon. See, it's like, you know how your parents are when they have one of those "when I was your age" kind of moments, right? Well, imagine that, you growing up with your dad being a partying hard drug and musician till you're 12, right? And here's the other thing, too, is like I'm growing up in the late 70s, right? So what's on TV in the late 70s? Love American Style, Love Boat, Three's Company, sex.
Oh, don't forget
Charlie's Angels,
Yeah,
Wonder Woman, sex. Everybody's having sex. Everybody's Studio 54 parties, right? And I'm getting to be 11, 12, 13. I'm like, yeah. I get to be a teenager, man. We're going to party. It's going to be fun. There's going to be girls and sex and drugs. And yeah. And then, we had AIDS and Ronnie and Just Say No. It's like, thanks. My teenage years had to hit right in the early 80s. Thank you for that dose on the menu. But the thing about it, though,
I have a theory about how monkeys make it all fall apart.
Monkeys?
Yeah, BJ and the Bear got popular in the late 70s, and then everything fell apart. Ronald Reagan, he made that movie with the monkey.
Yeah.
Turned him anti-drug.
Yeah.
I don't know. That just
no.
came out of my
Monkeys have always viscerally creeped me out.
Yeah. Did the monkeys in they were apes in Planet of the Apes?
Yes.
The new one.
Yes.
Especially when they spoke.
Yes.
Yeah.
All simians creep me out to one level or another.
Huh. That's interesting.
Creepy
What about Ron Perlman? He kind of looks like an ape.
We've been watching Sons of Anarchy. Actually, that's the latest show that we've picked up on Netflix to watch back to back.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing too. You get these serial dramas that have cliffhangers. It's like 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Come on, hon, we can watch another one.
Yeah, one more. I watched all the episodes of Workaholics last night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they were pretty funny. You'd like that. First episode, in the first couple minutes, they smoke a blunt. Second episode is all about them staying at work all night in their corporate gig and taking mushrooms.
Yeah.
It's a great show.
This Sons of Anarchy, if you haven't seen it, it chronicles a fake biker gang.
Like in Lodi?
Charming is the city, but it might as well be Lodi.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Same idea. And great series, right? Kind of on the same lines as Breaking Bad and some of these other outlaw-type serial dramas. And one of the things I like about it is their pot use is just everywhere, but never brought up really.
Yeah,
never
talk about it.
One person just passes another joint to another person, but nobody says or does anything about it. There was one scene where Katie Seagal's character is sitting with the cop character. That guy always plays that type of cop too.
Yeah,
that bald guy always plays the fretting, morally twisted cop.
Yeah.
So they're sitting on the steps and they're lighting up a joint, and he mentions that because he's the cop, right? He's like, well, I got it for my cancer, because he's got in the storyline he's got cancer, right? And she says, yeah, mine's for like headaches or something. I forget what she says either. But there they are, the outlaw and the cop sitting on the steps of the cop shop smoking a joint.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm just like, yay! I love that. Beautiful thing.
I bet that Netflix. I feel like I watch more TV now that I don't have television.
Thank you for listening to the Normal Network. I'm Radical Russ Belville. For more information about the show you just heard, and for downloads of complete episodes and podcast feeds, visit the Normal Audio Video Department at normal.org/AV. Good day, tokers and tokettes. Radical Russ here at Rolla J Studios, where it's Monday, January 23rd, 2012. We're getting ready for another great Normal Show Live, airing tonight at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. A couple of great guests on today's show. We'll be joined by Dr. Michael Resnicek, MD. He is the author of a new book called Blowing Smoke, Rethinking the War on Drugs Without Prohibition and Rehab. Very interesting conversation we're going to have, where he points out this disease model of addiction is preventing us from getting the legalization we're all fighting for. Also joining us, Emil Visser from NORML South Africa at what's probably going to be, midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning his time. But he's joining us to tell us about the latest activism going on in South Africa with one of our favorite international NORML chapters. We've also got other great shows coming up tonight on the NORML Network. You'll get to hear Drug Truth Network, the Century of Lies, and the Cultural Baggage Show from Dean Becker down there in Houston. He's got more great guests for you today. And then the debut of our newest podcasts, Canna Truth's Reefer Rhetoric, also from Texas. This is in the Waco, Texas area. Canna Truth's podcast features Denton Ramsey from NORML of Waco, and then Reefer Rhetoric features Denton joined by Professor Blunston as they discuss the fight to end marijuana prohibition in Texas and nationwide. So stay tuned. We got plenty coming up on the NORML Network. Make sure you stay for the second hour of Toker Talk Radio, where we take your calls at 971-533-7111. And thank you for setting your browser to live.normal.org and the NORML Network.
You're listening to the NORML Network, where the time is 420, 24/7, 365.
The failure of drug war is glaringly obvious to judges, cops, wardens, prosecutors, and millions more now calling for decriminalization, legalization, the end of prohibition. Let us investigate the century of lies.
Welcome to this edition of Century of Lies. My name is Dean Becker. Here in just a moment, we're going to bring in our guest, the nationally syndicated columnist, Leonard Pitts. I want to first apologize to the audience for a recent technical difficulty we had. I think we've got it all under control, but because of that, we've had him waiting online for quite some time. So let's introduce Leonard Pitts. How are you, sir?
I'm okay, but your technical difficulties are not resolved.
No.
Okay, now I can hear you. Say something again.
Okay.
There you go. Okay.
Now,
all right.
Leonard, you and I have had a couple of discussions over the past few years, and most recently here, I think it was Friday in Houston, they printed one of your more recent columns. They titled it up, Helping to Spread the Word About the New Jim Crow.
Mm-hmm.
And you've had the chance to speak with the author of that book, The New Jim Crow, Michelle Alexander, and she's studied this right down to the nubs, hasn't she?
Yes, she has.
Well, tell us about this most recent column. What brought you to put it together?
Well, I want people to read her book. I think that it would be impossible for most fair-minded people to read her book and come away without feeling that we need to do something about the drug war, that, having spent, I believe the estimate now is $1 trillion, 40 million arrests, and seeing the drug use in this country go up 2,800% over those years, that maybe it's time we try something new. So I wrote a column offering to give away copies of her book. I bought 50 of them and asked her to autograph them, and wrote a column telling my readers that, we'd have a drawing and I'd give them away. I wanted to do that, one, to put 50 books into people's hands, but two, I felt that by doing that, just the expedient of me buying the books and giving them away, it would impress upon people how important I feel it is that they read it, even if, say they don't win the drawing.
Well, and the fact of the matter is, Leonard, that your example has led me to the point where now I'm going to buy a copy of it and give it to our district attorney here in Harris County with the proviso that she come back and we talk about it with her opponents running for that position.
I think it needs to be read by every law enforcement official in this country, and if I had a way that I knew that I could get it into his hand for sure, or their hands for sure, I'd get copies to President Obama and Attorney General Holder, because I think they need to read it.
I'll buy a copy if you can figure out how to get it to them. Yes, sir.
I might already have it there.
You never know, right? Now, let's talk about what's contained in that book. What compels you to do this?
Well, it wasn't so much as she said anything that I did not know, namely that the justice, as I call it, the injustice system, funnels African Americans in for drug crimes at a wildly disproportionate rate. But what she did was sort of put it all together, because you take the fact that African Americans are being incarcerated at disproportionate rates, even though, as she points out, white Americans are far and away the nation's biggest users and dealers of drugs, and then you take that and combine it with the fact that we now have all these laws that prohibit people with drug felonies or drug arrests on their records from doing things most of us take for granted. They can't, a lot of them can't vote. Their voting rights are interdicted. They can be discriminated against in housing, in loan applications, in work, in going to school. They can be legally discriminated against in all those things. Well, you combine those two things, and she's right. You've got basically a system of racial control, which is just like, say, the grandfather clauses or other things that they use to keep African Americans from voting once upon a time, and that it is officially race neutral. There's nothing on it that says, only arrest or only affect the African Americans. But in practice, and for that matter, I think in design, keeps African American, controls the African American population, keeps African Americans, suppressed in terms of voting, in terms of getting ahead economically, and a bunch of other ways. Ergo, the new Jim Crow.
Leonard, the fact of the matter is, and I'm trying to remember, I think it was President Reagan who had the Southern strategy
was Nixon.
It was Nixon, excuse me then. But had the Southern strategy. That's right, it was Nixon who declared the official drug war. And he had the Southern strategy, which was a carefully disguised re-implementation of racism. Your response to that?
Yeah, again, what happened after the 1960s was that it was no longer politically correct or politically safe to say I'm a racist or that I'm for segregation. So what happens is that you learn to speak in code, and that's happened ever since. That's what you get when you have the likes of Mr. Gingrich and Mr. Santorum, I believe it is, casually conflating, black with welfare, or black with food stamps, et cetera, et cetera. It's sort of speaking in code, speaking in dog whistle for those who have ears to hear. That's what Nixon did, and that's what the drug war is about. One of the most interesting stats in Michelle Alexander's book, which just amazed me, was that this study was done where they asked people to close their eyes and visualize a drug dealer. And I think something like 95%, if I'm recalling correctly, when asked, what the race of this drug dealer they visualized was, the race they reported was black. Well, as I just said, the average drug dealer, most drug dealers are not black. They are, in fact, white. But this sort of tells you that, the code has had its effect. And therefore, when I go and I'm running for office and I say we've got to get these drug dealers off the streets, you as the voter understand what I mean. I'm going to be tough on these black folks in the inner city.
Yeah, and it plays out in the media, television, movies, everywhere you go. I mean, that's the example that's most often given. Some young black punk.
Yeah, exactly. And, what bothers me about that, frankly, is that not just that it affects law enforcement, not just that white folks believe it, but black kids believe it as well. That becomes a self-image, and then it becomes self-fulfilling prophecy.
And I think it helps sway the jury's opinion in many cases. It's just what they expect. Leonard, you have written about other aspects of the drug war as well. It's not just racially implemented, so to speak. It's economically implemented as well. Those who can afford good attorneys usually don't spend much time behind bars, right?
Well, that's like the whole injustice system. That's why I told people the story about, everybody made O.J. Simpson a story of race. The story of O.J. Simpson was a guy who could afford to hire, 4 or 5, however many it was, the best lawyers in the world or the best lawyers in the country.
Yeah.
That's the story of O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
And people don't want to, people really don't want to deal with that. But, yeah, there's different, quote-unquote, justice in this country based on your economic standing.
Well, going back to your idea, you're going to distribute 50 copies of Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness. And, it is my hope that, not only will those winners read it, but they'll share it with friends and family. And as you and I were talking about, maybe pass it on to their state or federal rep, right?
Yeah, I've had a lot of readers. I've been very gratified with the response from readers. It's like 15,000, which is way more than I ever expected.
Wow.
15,000 for 50 books, yeah. But what is really interesting is that I've had a number of readers say, don't enter me in the contest. If you feel that strongly about it, I'll buy it, and read it myself and then pass it on. And a number of the readers who entered the contest said, I will read it and pass it on. So, I'm hoping that, through this expedient, we can get people to talking about what she's talking about in this book, because I think it's long overdue that there be a discussion over these issues.
Yeah, and too many Americans tend to think that the drug war has been around since Adam and Eve, I suppose, and the apple. But the fact of the matter is, even under that circumstance, there was only 2 people and 1 guard, and they still, quote, committed the crime. It just goes to show that, prohibition is just a failed policy. The fact of the matter is, you talked about it, 40 million arrests, over $1 trillion squandered, and what have we got to show? Prohibition.
What do we do with $1 trillion right now?
Whew.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is we're empowering our terrorist enemies. We're enriching these barbarous Mexican gangs. We're giving reason for 30,000 violent gangs to be prowling American city streets, selling drugs to our kids. It needs reassessment, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I wish that somebody, part of the problem is that as Americans we are historically illiterate a lot of times. I wish somebody, frankly, or more people, frankly, had bothered to look at the recent documentary that Ken Burns did on Prohibition.
Yeah.
Or the book that I believe his name is Daniel O'Krent did, the called Last Call, also about Prohibition, which just goes into depth about how futile it is to try to legislate people out of wanting what they want. You're just not going to do that. The best thing that you can ever hope to do is to tax it and control it and treat it as a public health issue, as opposed to this crazy response that we have now, which frankly rings like something out of the Cold War era.
Yeah, friends. Once again, we're speaking with Leonard Pitts. He's nationally syndicated columnist based at the Miami Herald, right, Leonard?
Yes.
And you've read his columns for years, in your local papers, and the fact of the matter is that, as you said, Leonard, 15,000 responses to that deal on the book. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was. It kind of took me by surprise. I expected maybe couple thousand, 3,000, something like that. They tell me that people don't read newspapers anymore, so I didn't have a whole lot of hope for the kind of response that I'd get, but it's been through the roof. It really has. I've been very gratified, not just by the numbers, but also by the things that people are saying.
Leonard, it's also kind of amazing that they do polls of Americans. Do you think we should legalize marijuana? And it's up there right at 50, maybe a little over 50%. We have situations where they do a poll online, legalize marijuana. It's 80, 90, 95% sometimes. And when they do polling, the president, what's on your mind? When, I guess, Move On or one of those Democrat organizations wanted to know what's on America's mind, marijuana or ending the drug war is always at the top. And President Obama seems to discount that focus that people want to bring to it. The same can be said. Heck, Stephen Colbert, when he started his super PAC, wondered what should be dealt with. Number one was marijuana. Second was ending the drug war. He decided not to do that. But I guess what I'm leading to here, sir, is that it is a primary plank in a lot of people's mind that we've got to do something about this. Am I right?
Yeah, I think so. I think, I can't speak for Colbert's motivations, but for the president, like any politician, I think it's scary to be out there the first and basically alone on an issue like this, but somebody at some point is going to have the courage. And frankly, I think, President Obama, particularly assuming he gets the second term that he's after, it could come from no more fitting a president or political leader than him. And the reason I say this is, as I wrote in a column last year, his two immediate predecessors, one we know used drugs, illicit drugs, the other we strongly suspect used illicit drugs, and Obama used illicit drugs. If the three of them had been caught as teenagers, two of them probably would have had a chance to go on and live, productive and good lives. President Obama probably would have had a different outcome had he been caught, during the years that he was experimenting with, I believe, was cocaine.
Yeah.
So I think that if nothing else, just as tribute, I don't want to use the word tribute, but as acknowledgement, I guess, of the fate that he missed, you'd think that he would want to take the lead on this.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, he, like many other high echelon, CEOs and others at big companies around the country, as well as a lot of nobodies like me, who experimented with drugs and went on to have very productive and useful lives, despite that drug use. It should give some concern to these rabid prosecutors. Your response?
I would think it would. Because what we're talking about is something that, could impact any of us or any of our children. I think it probably takes a different tone or a different tenor when it comes home. And I think that, there's an old Richard Pryor joke about a white couple that goes through the inner city and they see people strung out on drugs. They say, oh, my God, tisk, tisk, it's terrible what's happening here. And they go home and they find their sons shooting up and they say, oh, my God, it's an epidemic. And I think that, the reason I raise that story is I think that a lot of us find it easy to, sort of dismiss this as long as it can be seen as something that's happening to other people over there. And I think that what we need to understand is that this affects us here, however us is defined, however here is defined. There's none of us that are really safe from this.
No, not at all. The fact of the matter is that when it's brought home like that, when it's within your family, people do begin to look at it differently, and I think there's another lady up in Dallas. She runs an outfit called Mothers Against Teen Violence, Joy Strickland, and her son was killed by some people that were in a drug-induced frenzy, and by that I mean they were trying to get money to buy drugs, and they robbed and killed her son. And for years, she thought, the drug war is the way to go about this, until she realized, looked at the economics of it and the functionality of all this, and realized that it was prohibition that killed her boy.
And prohibition. We tried that. Constitutional amendment. Was it 13 years, I think it was? 14 years, however long prohibition lasted?
Yeah.
Didn't work.
No.
Try something new. As the Smokey Robinson song said, if that don't do, try something new.
It's so very true. Well, I tell you what, we got just a couple minutes here, Leonard. I was wondering if, is the contest still open, or 15,000 enough?
15,000 is more than enough, but I'm going to stop accepting emails at the end of the month, and then just do the drawing and get the books out, and probably write a follow-up column at some point.
Okay. Well, and you're going to get a chance to meet with Miss Alexander in March, right?
Yes, she has agreed to come down to Miami for an event at Books and Books in Coral Gables, and we are going to have a panel discussion. I guess she'll sign some books, but I really want, I want to get people talking about this. I figured the best way to do it was to have an event in the community and bring folks out to discuss. Okay,
well, Leonard, I want to thank you for being with us. Your newspaper is MiamiHerald.com. Do you have a personal website you want to share, or is that it?
Sure, it's LeonardPittsJr.com.
LeonardPittsJr.com. And Leonard, I will be looking forward to, well, not just your follow-up column, but to everyone. They're always very interesting and educational, and sometimes just plain old entertaining. And I appreciate your work, and I hope you'll come back and join us real soon.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
All right. The following segment comes to us courtesy of Canada's CTV.
The body count is rising tonight as a lethal neurotoxin that's showing up in the party drug ecstasy is linked to an increasing number of deaths. BC's chief coroner says one more of the victims is a 14-year-old boy. As Michelle Bernard reports, public health experts say the deadly ingredient is something new and extremely dangerous.
Every time you take it, you are putting your life at risk.
That is the warning tonight from BC's chief coroner after learning that 5 deaths in BC, 3 from the Lower Mainland and 2 from Vancouver Island, have been linked to a chemical called PMMA.
3 of the deceased were males between the ages of 14 and 37, and 2 were females between the ages of 17 and 22.
The findings come after an analysis of 16 ecstasy-involved deaths last year and 2 in 2012. 20-year-old Tyler Miller and 17-year-old Cheryl McCormick of Abbotsford died after taking ecstasy, but the coroner has not revealed which cases involved PMMA.
Using ecstasy is like playing Russian roulette.
Criminologist Daryl Plekas did an extensive review of thousands of ecstasy seizures.
The average ecstasy tablet contains 9 different contaminants. And we want to remember, in thinking about those 9 different contaminants, that that's just what was tested for.
In Calgary, 5 recent deaths have also been linked to PMMA, and police are trying to determine if any of the ecstasy originated in BC. In the past, studies have shown Metro Vancouver is the country's main source of ecstasy. BC's coroner's office says it will now begin routinely testing for PMMA in ecstasy deaths.
Hyperthermia is one of the symptoms, so people become very, very hot and sweaty. Coroners have noted beds that are soaked with sweat.
The coroner says there is no safe dosage of PMMA or ecstasy. In one of the deaths, the person had taken just 1 pill. Michelle Bernoro, CTV News.
Now comes word that police in British Columbia are reluctant to tell the public what unique markings are on ecstasy pills suspected to contain this lethal additive. They don't want users thinking they're sanctioning the rest of the pills. BC's chief coroner says police agencies have decided against putting photos of the drug online. They want people to know that any ecstasy tablet can be contaminated with anything. PMMA is considered several times more toxic than ecstasy's usual ingredient and can heat up the body to the point of severe brain and organ damage or death. The drug has also been linked to 5 recent deaths in Calgary.
The brown acid that is circulating around us
is not specifically too good.
This is Terry Nelson of LEAP, Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. Just so recently, a drug czar spokesperson claimed a victory in the war on drugs in Colombia, South America. They said that the effort spent in the country had increased the efficiency of the Colombian army and reduced the size of the cocaine acreage. And of course, as always, there's a grain of truth to the comments. The truth of the matter is that we have spent over $8 billion in Colombia to achieve this small success. There has been a reduction in the size of the coca growing operations to approximately 140,000 acres, or a reduction of approximately 65%. But what they did not mention is that Peru has increased their coca production by 41% to 151,000 acres, and Bolivia has increased their production by 112%. In total, there's approximately 400,000 acres of cocoa farming. This is sufficient acreage to produce approximately 2 million pounds of blow. Overall, this is down 200,000 pounds from the historic highs. This amount of cocaine is still sufficient to provide each American with approximately 3 grams of coca. $8 billion spent, and they just moved the farming to another country. The balloon effect is that this will also happen if we spend billions more to reduce it in Peru and Bolivia. It will just move to sub-Saharan Africa, where it is reported they are already experimenting with grow ops. And now Peru and Bolivia are producing street-level cocaine, whereas before it was mostly done in Colombia. So even a small success results in a bigger failure of the policy. Drug smuggling is a market-based economy, and the suppliers will always adjust to whatever strategy the drug war hawks change to, and it will take years for the government to catch up with their strategy. And the hamster wheel keeps on turning. But change is inevitable, as Guatemala's head of state, Otto Pérez Molina, joins Mexican President Calderón and Colombian President Juan Manuel Santos, who have both advocated a rethink on global strategy towards drugs, stated Insight, a website covering security in Latin America. It seems unlikely, however, that given the United States government position against legalization, that their cause will be heeded. And most people will acknowledge that we cannot arrest our way out of our drug problems and that the strategy must be changed. We at LEAP think that we should implement a strategy of legalized regulation and control coupled with education and treatment to best treat our drug issues. It's a much more humane way to approach the problem and will cause far less harm than a policy of arrest and incarcerate. Join us on the discussion of our failed drug war policy whenever you can. Call your congressman as well as state and local leaders and tell them it's time to change the way we approach our drug problems in this country. This is Terry Nelson of LEAP, www.